Chapter 1308. 3 months later, in the netherworld, Great Qin City, Yen Chuan's study. Zhang Yi returned and met with Yen Chuan with a group of Great Zhen's important ministers. Yen Chuan sat behind the desk as everyone looked at Zhang Yi. Sage King, I was unable to meet Gui Tathagata. He is too arrogant. In this trip to the Nether Sea, I only met Rakshasa Tathagata and 2 of my men died. Zhang Yi said in a low voice. Oh! The ghost cultivators of the Nether Sea were too arrogant. When I handed over the invitation, a group of guards dared to disdain me. They even gathered a group of skeletons to attack us. Zhang Yi said. Yen Chuan listened carefully. At that time, the dispute between the 2 sides became more and more serious. In the end, it attracted the attention of the experts in the Nether Sea. The battle ended with 2 deaths. Zhang Yi said with an ugly expression. Everyone's expression was gloomy as they continued to listen. The one who met me was someone called Rakshasa Tathagata, a ghost cultivator. After I repeatedly revealed my identity, he agreed to meet me at his Rakshasa palace. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Rakshasa Tathagata? So what if you met him? Yi Feng frowned. Zhang Yi sneered and said in a low voice. He is still as arrogant as ever. It was the guards of the Nether Sea who killed 2 of my subordinate. Instead, he asked me for compensation. Compensation? Is this a show of strength to you? Yi Feng's expression changed as he said. Yes. Not only that, he even served me soul-cleansing soup. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold. Soul-cleansing soup? Li Si raised an eyebrow. Yes, soul-cleansing soup, which is the purest soul. He used the soul of an infant and handed it to me in a teacup. Zhang Yi said coldly. Rakshasa Tathagata? It is indeed the Rakshsa's heart. Yi Feng sighed. What happened after that? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. I tactfully mentioned the Sage King's request to return the sky-burying coffin with the ancestral immortal artifact in exchange for some reincarnation power. However, Rakshasa Tathagata turned hostile on the spot and refused without hesitation. Zhang Yi said. Everyone fell silent. Lastly, Rakshasa Tathagata also told me to pass a message to the Sage King. He said that the world is in chaos and the Netherworld Sea wants to unify the eastern outer continent. He wants the Sage King to submit, and when the time comes, he will make the Sage King the ruler of a territory. Zhang Yi said with disdain. Ha 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 ha. Yen Chuan burst into laughter. There was a trace of coldness in his laughter. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and continued, Holy King, although I did not see Gui Rulai this time, I discovered something that might be of great use. Gui Rulai's subordinates, including Rakshasa Rulai, all have a blue swastika between their eyebrows. As for my 2 dead subordinates, I saw that their souls were sucked into the samsara above the sea of providence. Zhang Yi said. At this point, many of the officials narrowed their eyes. Not only did you kill him, but you also forcibly took his soul? Yi Feng frowned. Zhang Yi nodded. Everyone fell into deep thought. At this time, Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Holy King, I have done my research. Dezhen occupies 5 territories in the Netherworld Sea, but it is not easy to take over the Netherworld Sea by force. The surrounding territories must be eyeing it covetously. Li Si nodded and said, That's right. Of the 36 territories in the eastern outer continent, 30 have been unified. Gui Rulai occupies 13 and Dezhen occupies 5. That means there are still 12 territory lords eyeing it covetously. When Dezhen and Gui Rulai collide, these people will definitely hit them when they are down. Because everyone can see that if either Dezhen or Gui Rulai wins, we will definitely try to deal with them. So, instead of having an internal conflict with Gui Rulai, why don't we? Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. Drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Yen Chuan smiled faintly. Yes. The group of strategists replied loudly. Destroy his dojo first, so that he can't use the merit power of a dojo. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Holy King. This is the art of cooperation. Zhang Yi is willing to run to the various territories for Holy King. Zhang Yi said again. I can plot to make something out of nothing and anger the various territory lords. I can gather evidence of evil intentions and disturb the hearts of the various territory lords. Yifeng smiled. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan looked at the officials with satisfaction and said, Approved. Half a year later, in the eastern outer continent, by Tian territory. In a restaurant in a city. The usual hustle and bustle was gone. Everyone was looking at a yellow-robed man. Chen Wu, is what you said true? A man put down his wine cup and asked. I lied to you? I lied to you to let me die in the Netherworld Sea. Chen Wu said angrily. Chen Wu, what exactly is going on? Someone asked curiously. What's going on? I think you're still dreaming. You want to do business in the Netherworld Sea? You don't even know that disaster is coming. Everyone in the Netherworld Sea, know Gui Rulai's 13 territories, and Gui Rulai's disciples all have a swastika symbol above their heads. Don't tell me you don't know? Chen Wu said. We know. What's going on? Didn't you say that you can use the swastika symbol to mobilize the merit power? That's Gui Rulai's reward. Someone said. Reward? Haha, you want him to reward you? Are you tired of living? Chen Wu sneered. Isn't that the case? Of course not. Look at the people under Gui Rulai. Aren't many of them Gui Rulai's enemies? Some of the other 12 territory lords were Gui Rulai's enemies, but how did they become his disciples? And they even took Gui Rulai as their master? Chen Wu said coldly. Yes, I know. The Heavenly Yin Territory Lord and Wen Cun Territory Lord used to have conflicts with Gui Rulai's territories, but they became Gui Rulai's disciples. Someone chimed in, and Chen Wu became even more enthusiastic. Of course, it's because these people are already dead. Chen Wu sneered. What? Dead? Everyone was shocked. Of course. Gui Rulai controls the samsara of destiny. He's above the sea of destiny. Anyone killed by Gui Rulai's influence would be sucked into the samsara of destiny. When they reincarnated, they would all have an additional swastika symbol on their forehead. This swastika symbol is what Gui Rulai used to enslave them. It also changes their thoughts, making them extremely loyal to Gui Rulai and turning them into puppets. Chen Wu said. Puppets? Everyone's expression changed. Yes. Gui Rulai doesn't accept the submission of others because he feels that those who submit will eventually betray him. It's better to refine them all into loyal servants. If you die, don't let Gui Rulai kill you. Otherwise, you'll be sucked into the samsara of destiny and will never be able to transcend, Chen Wu said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Gui Rulai is too despicable. Fortunately, he's not in our territory. Yes, if he was in our territory, it would be terrible. Everyone spoke with lingering fear. At the same time, the news quickly spread throughout the various large territories of the outer eastern continent. In an instant, countless cultivators knew about it. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to head to Nethersea stopped in their tracks. The various territory lords were shocked and doubtful. They were already wary of Gui Rulai, but now, he was so terrifying? Men, send someone to check if this news is true. The 4 territory lords didn't believe it completely. Instead, many of them sent people to gather information about the rumors. Yifeng had purposely spread the news, so naturally, he would only release it after investigating it thoroughly. The people who spread the news were all people who had been at odds with Nethersea in the past and had later joined them. Even if they investigated, they would only find the truth. Just as the surrounding territories were abuzz with the news, Li Si sent people to Nethersea again. They disguised themselves as Batian territories' emissaries and entered Nether City. They were still in Rakshasa Rulai's residence. We are here on the orders of our leader. We are willing to form an alliance with Nether Sea. The emissary said respectfully. Alliance? What alliance? Does Nether Sea need to form an alliance? Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. The messenger knelt on the ground with a plop. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. It's just that sect master admires Ghost Ancestor Rulai, so he sent me here to inquire about Ghost Ancestor Rulai's intentions. I'm willing to worship Ghost Ancestor Rulai as my master. Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. The emissary could only bitterly say, it's the holy court of great perfection. They're too domineering. They want to invade our territory, and our reverent sky weave can't stop them at all. Reverent sky weave borders the netherworld sea, and our hierarch admires Guei Rulai. Ha 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 ha. Rakshasa Rulai laughed in satisfaction. Good. Chun Baitian is a sensible person. Don't worry, one more territory lord won't make a difference. I will tell our leader. Let him meet our leader in person. Rakshasa Rulai laughed. Yes, yes. However, I am worried that it will be too late. The holy court of great perfection is too overbearing. I am worried that they have already started to invade our territory. The emissary said worriedly. It's fine. I will send someone to go with you. When the time comes, we will announce that Baitian territory belongs to Nether Sea. They will not dare to act presumptuously again. Rakshasa Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Thank you, Rakshasa Rulai. The emissary said happily. A group of Nether Sea's experts headed to Baitian territory. Naturally, they were surrounded and killed outside Baitian territory by Li Si's men. In the midst of the encirclement, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Not long after, a large number of Nether Sea's experts charged into Baitian territory. At the same time, the Baitian territory lord was holding a birthday banquet and invited the experts from the surrounding territories. The Baitian territory lord looked at the group of people who came to ask for people. What are you doing? The Nether Sea and Baitian territory have never interfered with each other. You are causing trouble at my birthday banquet, and now you want to ask for people? The Baitian territory lord's face sank. Thousands of skeletons stood in the air, each of them emitting a murderous aura. Humph, Chun Baitian, you said that you will submit to Nether Sea. How dare you lie to Tathagata? The skeletons leading the group said coldly. Submit to Nether Sea? Chun Baitian's face turned cold. In the surroundings, the expressions of all the guests changed. Among the guests was great Zhen Zhang-yi. It seems like Rakshasa Rulai is telling the truth. Zhang-yi said coldly. Everyone looked at him. That day, when I visited Nether Sea, Rakshasa Rulai wanted great perfection to submit and unify the outer East continent. So, he is telling the truth. Has he already made his move? Zhang Yi's face sank. Unify the outer East continent? Everyone's face changed. Chapter 1309. They want to unify the outer East continent? Everyone's expression changed. They were not shocked by the news. After all, any Weave Lord with a little ambition would have such an ambition. However, although all the ambitious and ruthless people had this idea, no one dared to arrogantly say it out loud. Now, the Sea of Hades was the first to announce it? They even came knocking on their door? Everyone, I don't know what you're talking about. Baitian Weave has never been prepared to submit to anyone. Chun Baitian said coldly. How dare you? Do you think Rakshasa Tathagata will accuse you? The leading skeleton king said coldly. He waved his hand, and a figure slowly appeared in a cloud. It was the person who had asked for help from the Sea of Hades a few days ago. Do you know this person? The leading skeleton king asked coldly. This is? My nephew? Chun Baitian was puzzled. It's good that you admit it. He's the one who lied to Rakshasa Tathagata. He said that you're an enemy of Great Zhen, and wanted to get the ghost ancestors' protection to make the entire Weave submit to you. How dare he ambush a disciple of the Sea of Hades? The leading skeleton king shouted. What a joke! Although Batian Weave and Great Jin aren't on good terms, we're not enemies either. How can we be enemies? My nephew is already dead. Many of us here know that. Are you slandering me? Chen Batian rebuked angrily. Slandering me? I think you don't know what's good for you. How dare you lie to Rakshasa Tathagata? It's always us from the Sea of Hades who kill people. No one has ever dared to provoke us. Birthday banquet? The leading skeleton king shouted angrily. The leading skeleton king attacked first. A long saber appeared in his hand and slashed at Chen Batian. Bastard! Chen Batian shouted angrily and raised his saber to meet the attack. Boom! The two of them clashed. The remaining 1,000 or so skeletons suddenly charged towards the group. Don't attack. I'm not from Batian Weave. I'm here as a guest. You've killed the wrong person. Everyone was Jiaohu, but Zhang Yi was hiding in the dark. Suddenly, the birthday banquet turned into a mess. More and more experts from Batian Weave arrived. However, the skeletons were unusually fierce. 4 of them were ancestral immortals, and the rest were ancient immortals. Once they attacked, the surrounding cultivators were forced to retreat. Don't kill me! My hand is broken. I'll fight you to the death. Stop! The envoys of the 4 weaves, who didn't want to get involved, began to fight. On the other side, Chen Batian was fighting Skeleton King alone. High in the sky not far away. At this moment there were also 3 figures standing there. The one in the lead was humanoid, but his eyes were protruding and there was a pair of giant horns on his forehead. He coldly watched the battle below. The 2 people behind him seemed to be his subordinate. Rakshasa Rulai, why aren't we going down? A subordinate asked curiously. Rakshasa Rulai narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Rakshasa Rulai, do you think this is a conspiracy? So you want to find the conspirator? Another subordinate asked curiously. That's right. That's why I sent these skeleton guards to test the waters. Chen Batian? Does he have the guts to deceive the Netherworld Sea? Something's not right, Rakshasa Rulai said in a deep voice. Schemers die because of scheming. Outside of the eastern continent, other than the holy court of Great Jin, who dares to clash with the Sea of Nether? So what if it's the holy court of Great Jin? As long as Rakshasa Rulai makes a move, he can destroy the holy court of Great Jin with a flip of his hand. In the face of absolute power, no conspiracy will work, the subordinate said in a deep voice. That's right. Rakshasa Rulai nodded. Boom, boom. Below, after the skeleton guards showed their extraordinary power, they gradually seemed to be suppressed. Gradually, some of the skeleton guards were killed by the people gathered below. Huh! Rakshasa Rulai raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Where did Chen Baitian's subordinates come from? The skeleton guards are no match for them? It's Chen Baitian's birthday. The envoys sent by the major dominions can't possibly have the strength of an ancestral immortal. But there are 3 ancestral immortals in the crowd? Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. No, it's not 3. It's 12. Are those people pretending to be weak to deceive us? What? The 2 men's expressions changed. Well done Chen Batian. Rakshasa Rulai snorted angrily. Boom. A vast aura came crashing down from the sky. The people who were fighting suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Rakshasa Rulai's powerful aura of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal suppressed everyone. Rakshasa Rulai? You really want to kill me to establish your dominance and suppress the outer east continent? Chen Batian said with an ugly expression. Under the pressure of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal's aura, everyone's body sank. Rulai. The remaining 600 skeleton guards immediately stepped forward. Chen Batian? How dare you? Rakshasa Rulai yelled coldly. Chen Baitian's expression turned ugly. But under Rakshasa Rulai's ferocious aura, he could not resist at all. And you, and the one who shouted just now, Come out. Rakshasa Rulai's aura suddenly locked onto the 13 people. 12 of them were ancestral immortals who were trying to take advantage of the situation. The 13 people were forced to come out. Who are you? Rakshasa Rulai asked in a deep voice. These are my disciples. Rakshasa Rulai, what do you want? Chen Baitian said angrily. What do I want? Haha, no one has ever dared to scheme against the Sea of Nether. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. A murderous aura surged. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from the horizon. Roar! 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 Yen Chuan's 5-dragon chariot quickly flew over and arrived above them in the blink of an eye. Boom! The chariot stopped. Zombie Yen Chuan slowly stepped out of the chariot with Miao on his shoulder. Holy Ruler! Zhang Yi was the first to bow. Holy Ruler? Great perfection Holy Ruler, Yen Chuan? Chen Baitian, I had something to discuss with you. Who would have thought that you would cause such a huge commotion here? Yen Chuan said indifferently. Miao, this monster is so ugly. Miao looked at Rakshasa Rulai and curled her lips. Holy Ruler, this Rakshasa Rulai first slandered sect Master Baitian. After failing to do so, he wanted to silence him. If you were a second later, you would only see my corpse. No, I might have been sucked into the Sea of Nether and become a puppet, Zhang Yi said bitterly. Suddenly, the expressions of the people who were still hoping for a fluke changed. If they died, their souls would never be reincarnated? Everyone suddenly quivered. Their original hope was gone. They looked at Skeleton King again and saw that there was no compromise. This was not a very clever trap. Those outside might not have been able to see through it, but Rakshasa Rulai instantly understood. So it was you. Rakshasa Rulai glared. Rakshasa Rulai instantly realized that it was all Yen Chuan's plan. Boom! Rakshasa Rulai instantly flew into the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Meow! Miao cried out angrily. Yen Chuan, it seems that I have underestimated you. How dare you provoke the Sea of Nether? You can survive a disaster from heaven, but you can't survive a disaster from your own doing. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Meow. Meow roared again. Meow, look around. I'll be right back. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, Yen Chuan looked at Rakshasa Rulai and said, Come, find a quiet place. Rakshasa Rulai's eyes narrowed, thinking that Yen Chuan was up to something again. Yen Chuan flew into the sky. Rakshasa Rulai looked at the sky and followed. In Rakshasa Rulai's opinion, in the outer east continent, other than Gui Rulai, his 8 great Rulai were the strongest. He had to be wary of Yen Chuan with that strange cat, but now he was facing him alone? That was courting death. With the pride of the Sea of Nether, Rakshasa Rulai looked down on the powerhouses of the outer east continent. Yen Chuan was fighting Rakshasa Rulai alone. Below, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly moved. With so many skeleton kings dead, with the Sea of Nether's vengeful nature, we won't be able to survive. If something happens to the Holy King, none of us will live. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone's expression changed. Anyway, it's a fight to the death. Sect Master Baitian, the Sea of Nether is ready to destroy you. What are you waiting for? Kill these skeleton guards and help the Holy King. Zhang Yi shouted. That's right. Either I die or they die. Kill. Chen Baitian shouted. Boom. The battle suddenly became chaotic again. Zhang Yi killed for a while and hid in the dark again. Meow, little Zhang, you're quite good at stirring up trouble. Meow teleported to Zhang Yi's side. Haha, this was planned long ago. Thanks to Chen Baitian's cooperation, the first step is completed quickly. When the time comes, some skeleton guards will escape. Your space power is powerful. After they escape, you must kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Meow, of course. But, will Yen Chuan be in danger? Meow looked into the depths of the starry sky with some worry. The Holy King's strength? Don't worry. There's only one Rakshasa Rulai. If the Holy King attacks him personally, he'll definitely die, Zhang Yi said coldly. Above the stars high in the sky, Zombie Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai stood on the peak of a mountain. After confirming that there were no ambushes around, Rakshasa Rulai looked at Zombie Yen Chuan with narrowed eyes. Yen Chuan, 2 bodies. I heard that not long ago, your other body barely blocked the Nether Ocean Patriarch in the outer southern continent. I was really surprised when I heard the news. But that's all. I've seen the Nether Ocean Patriarch. Although he's also at the 10th heaven of ancestral immortal realm like me, his strength is not as strong as mine. Didn't you hear the message I asked Zhang Yi to deliver the other day? Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. I did. You did? How dare you plot against the Sea of Nether? Humph, you want to bewitch the entire outer eastern continent to attack the Sea of Nether? Your plan is really clumsy, Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Clumsy is relative. If you die, it won't be clumsy, Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly. Roar. With a loud roar, Zombie Yen Chuan's body was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic dragon skeletal wings rushed out of his back. 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. You're courting death, Rakshasa Rulai glared, and a murderous aura shot out. Boom! A pitch-black path suddenly shot into the sky behind him. Countless white bone spikes emerged from the path. Ka. The ground below suddenly changed. The original soil instantly turned into endless white bones. Chapter 13:10. The Great Tao of Bone Sea appeared. The planet beneath Yen Chuan's feet was completely melted by the Sea of Bones. Endless white bones covered the entire planet. Around Rakshasa Rulai, mountains of bones soared into the sky. A murderous aura rushed towards Zombie Yen Chuan. Roar! Zombie Yen Chuan let out a long roar. He flapped his bone wings and suddenly appeared in front of Rakshasa Rulai. An energy claw shot towards Rakshasa Rulai. Ha! Rakshasa Rulai laughed arrogantly. In front of him, a mountain of bones suddenly rushed towards Yen Chuan. Boom! Yen Chuan clawed at the mountain of bones. His body approached again. Humph, so what if you're a zombie king? The power of the Great Tao. Rakshasa Rulai shouted coldly. Behind him, the Great Tao erupted with endless black light and rushed towards Rakshasa Rulai. Rakshasa Rulai's body suddenly expanded more than twice as his body surged with energy that charged into the void. He threw a punch, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the void. The vast energy fist collided with Yen Chuan's energy claw. Boom! Under the collision of the 2 murderous figures, the overflowing energy suddenly blasted out thousands of thread-like black holes in the void. Boom! Dozens of stars in the surroundings exploded with a loud bang. Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai were in a stalemate as surging energy erupted. The battle below continued. In the depths of the cosmos on a remote planet, the Butterfly Empress stood on the peak of a mountain and watched Yen Chuan fight Rakshasa Rulai from afar. A zombie body? What powerful strength! A 5th-level ancestral immortal is stronger than a 6th-level ancestral immortal? No, Yen Chuan is already a 7th-level ancestral immortal, but in terms of strength, he might not be comparable to a 5th-level zombie body. The Butterfly Empress exclaimed. How interesting. This is going to be fun. Yen Chuan? The Butterfly Empress seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. In the distance, Zombie Yen Chuan fought Rakshasa Rulai. A ferocious aura surged. Rakshasa Rulai was also filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You're almost catching up to me. Rakshasa Rulai exclaimed. Boom! The power of the Great Path erupted once again. Rakshasa Tathagata's power skyrocketed once again, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Unfortunately, you don't have a Great Tao. You can't even deal with me, yet you want to deal with Gui Rulai? Ha! Rakshasa Tathagata said disdainfully. Under the tremendous force, Zombie Yen Chuan retreated slightly. Zombie Yen Chuan's face turned cold. Even without using the great Tao, we can still kill you, Yen Chuan said coldly. As they spoke, the stars in the surroundings suddenly began to move. They began to revolve around the two of them in unique trajectories. Countless stars revolved around Yen Chuan, and small stars appeared in the center of Yen Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. Under the universe in the palm, Yen Chuan's decline disappeared bit by bit. Countless stars circled around him, slowly forming a complex and difficult-to-understand matrix. The stars revolved with a strangling force, and immediately, it went to strangle Rakshasa Tathagata. Rumble! As more and more stars revolved, faster and faster, the strangling force became stronger and stronger. Countless stars revolved around them. Cracks appeared in the void around the two of them, circling around them. It was a horrifying sight. From afar, it looked like millions of stars had formed a huge sphere. At the center of the sphere were Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata. The stars revolved at high speed, but none of them collided. Under the tremendous force, the void trembled. In the distance, the butterfly queen narrowed her eyes. This is? What cultivation technique? What a powerful strangling force! Is he using the stars in the sky? The butterfly queen's eyes were filled with confusion. By clan? By Huang? By Huang's creation back then? He succeeded? The butterfly queen's expression changed. In the third epoch, Bai Huang wasn't famous. He might not be the strongest, but his wisdom was unparalleled. He told Sui that he would use his entire life to create a divine power that would lead the second epoch. Is this it? Isn't that just a fool's dream? Bai Huang succeeded? The butterfly queen said in surprise. The butterfly queen was shocked. In the distance, Yen Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Void star convergence! Yen Chuan shouted. The universe in the palm's variant once again erupted with a strange force. The millions of stars quickly moved towards the center. The closer they were to the center, the stronger the strangling force. Under the strangling force of the millions of stars, the void around Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata suddenly exploded into a huge black hole. Even the star in the bone sea beneath their feet disintegrated. What? Oh no, the bone sea great Tao, the boundless bone sea! Rakshasa Tathagata shouted in shock. In an instant, Rakshasa Tathagata's body merged with the great Tao. The great Tao erupted, and the vast bone sea star rushed in all directions. But now, in front of the millions of stars, the bone sea star's power was like a trapped beast. Not to mention the strangling force, the power of the millions of stars rushing over was extremely vast. The great Tao collided with the millions of stars. Boom! The intense collision produced endless light that shot in all directions. For a moment, it was as if a sun hung high in the sky. The dazzling light caused the void to tremble, and a rolling storm rushed in all directions. In that instant, Yen Chuan dodged because he had complete control of the stars. Rakshasa Tathagata, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Even though he had the great Tao, he was instantly shattered. After the dazzling light, there were still countless black holes in the void. When the void calmed down, the surrounding stars were no longer there. Zombie Yen Chuan stepped on Rakshasa Tathagata's broken body, his eyes still cold. I hate it. I still have many Dharma treasures and methods that I haven't used. Rakshasa Tathagata said weakly. Why do you need so many methods in a battle of life and death? Yen Chuan said coldly. I lost, but I know that your strength is only at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I was careless just now. The other Tathagatas will not be careless. Gui Tathagata will avenge me. You are dead meat. Rakshasa Tathagata said stubbornly. How dare you threaten me? Humph! Zombie Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! With a claw, Zombie Yen Chuan pierced through Rakshasa Tathagata's body. Wisps of green energy spread out from his body. In the distance, the Butterfly Queen's expression changed. His body and soul are destroyed? Bam! Yan Chuan threw Rakshasa Tathagata down. Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell toward the crowd like a meteor. Below, the battle was coming to an end. There were still a dozen or so skeleton kings left. However, the huge light from before stopped the battle. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion. Some of the higher cultivation bases saw the scene in the sky clearly. Yan Chuan killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. Yan Chuan was that powerful? No! The skeleton kings cried out. Kill them! Chen Beitian shouted. Boom! The remaining people pounced on the skeleton kings. In an instant, another 10 skeleton kings were killed. Only 4 of them managed to escape. Meow! Meow Meow's figure blurred and disappeared. Bam! Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell to the ground. Everyone in the square fell silent. All of them looked at Yan Chuan as he landed. Yan Di is mighty! Chen Beitian exclaimed. Everyone praised him. Yan Chuan looked at the crowd and said, 4 skeleton kings escaped. It seems that everyone here is going to be assassinated by the Sea of Nether. What? Everyone's expression changed. They regretted not killing the 4 skeleton kings with all their might. The Sea of Nether wants to unify the outer East continent. No matter how we compromise, there is nothing we can do. Yendi Dezhen is the strongest force outside the Sea of Nether. Please form an alliance with everyone to resist the Sea of Nether. Chen Beitian suddenly shouted. Everyone was filled with hope. Sage ruler, Rakshasa Tathagata is already so unscrupulous. Gui Tathagata must be reborn soon. Sage ruler, I agree with forming an alliance with all the territories to resist the Sea of Nether. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Yes, Yan Di, please form an alliance. I will go back and persuade my brother to fight the Sea of Nether. Yes, Yan Di, please agree. Suddenly, a few weak-willed people shouted. Of course, there were many who looked on coldly. They did not object or agree. All right, let's go back and discuss. If we want to destroy Gui Tathagata, we must first destroy the Sea of Merit. Dezhen will be in charge of the 4 northern territories of the Sea of Nether. The remaining 8 territories will be destroyed by everyone. Dezhen promises that as long as the other territories do not target Dezhen, Dezhen will not send troops to conquer them. In the end, we will join forces with the Sea of Nether. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Great! Everyone burst into laughter. Dezhen had 5 territories in the underworld. If they fought the 4 territories of Gui Tathagata head-on, both sides would suffer. Everyone was happy to see that happen. Time is of the essence. Everyone, please go back. I will send someone to contact you. Yan Chuan said again. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Regardless of whether the lords of the territories would form an alliance with Dezhen in the end, everyone had to bring the news back as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the guests had all left. Yan Di, please. Chen Beitian immediately invited Yan Chuan into the main hall. Yan Chuan nodded and led Zhang Yi into the main hall. Everyone, stand guard outside. Don't come near. Chen Beitian shouted. Yes. Countless cultivators answered. Bang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Chen Beitian greets Yan Di. Chen Beitian immediately bowed. Sect leader Chen, you have done well this time. Yan Chuan nodded. Chen Beitian smiled and said, I met Yan Di in the past during the Venerable Heaven Sage's birthday sermon. I didn't expect Yan Di to be so powerful. I am indebted to Fusu. Most of the credit goes to him for being able to become the lord of a territory. He saved the lives of my entire clan. When he sent me a letter asking me to join Dezhen, I hesitated for a while at first, but now I have no objections. Yan Chuan looked at Chen Beitian. To be honest, I'm indeed reluctant to give up my foundation, but I also know that I won't be able to hold on for too long in the upcoming battle of the world. Moreover, I've finally met her who came with Yendi. The heaven is mysterious, and the Batian territory used to worship the heaven. Back then, my ancestors were servants of the mysterious heaven. Since she's alive, I naturally won't go against the will of my ancestors. Chen Batian said with a smile. You can recognize Xuanmiao? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, it was only a guess in the past. When I saw her just now, I am finally certain. The small felt hat on Xuanmiao's head is the golden crow's nest. My family has records of it. Chen Batian said. Golden crow's nest? Yan Chuan pondered. Yan Di, may I know your relationship with Fusu? Chen Batian asked. On the other side, in a valley in Batian territory, the left Prime Minister of Dezhen, Li Si, was meeting with a black-robed figure. Both of them had witnessed the shocking battle just now. King Gai Yu, you have seen the strength of a sage king. After all these years in the Sea of Nether, you have also built up a force. It is up to you to make the tree bloom. Li Si smiled. Chapter 13:11 Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Nether Sea. At the moment of Rakshasa Tathagata's death, a palace in the Sea of Hades suddenly exploded. Boom! Rakshasa Tathagata's palace exploded. Countless Nether Sea disciples' expressions changed when the giant palace exploded. They instantly fell into chaos. Countless cultivators walked out of the various palaces. Aggressive powerhouses walked out of the palaces that were comparable to Rakshasa Tathagata's. Whoosh! 7 of them instantly arrived at the ruins of the giant palace. A man in a kasaya waved his hand and grabbed a handful of fragments from the ruins. Rakshasa Tathagata is dead. The man in the kasaya said with an ugly expression. The eyes of the other 6 also flickered with a look of surprise. Dead? Rakshasa Tathagata might not be the strongest among us, but he's not the weakest either. 10th Firmament Ancestral Immortal? There aren't many who can kill him. Other than the hidden powerhouses in the world, the only ones who can kill him are the saints. A Tathagata holding a horsetail whisk said with a gloomy expression. Nether Sea has never been bullied like this. No matter who it is, we must avenge Rakshasa Tathagata. A Tathagata whose body was covered in black aura said coldly. Where are the people from Rakshasa Tathagata's palace? Come out. The 7 of them were furious. Soon, a group of skeletons ran over. Greetings, 7 Tathagatas. The leader of the skeletons said carefully. Speak, what happened? Why did Rakshasa Tathagata go out? How did he die? The Tathagata in the kasaya said coldly. Reporting to the 7 Tathagatas, it's Batian weave, it's... Some of the skeletons who knew about the situation immediately reported everything. Although they did not know what happened to Rakshasa Tathagata in Batian weave, everyone was certain that Batian weave was involved. Chen Batian? How dare he? Did he deliberately lure Rakshasa Tathagata out and then ambush him? Nether Sea just doesn't want to expand. Otherwise, Outer East Continent would have been ours long ago. How dare he be so presumptuous? The group of Tathagatas had gloomy expressions. I'll go and retrieve Chen Baitian's head. The Tathagata in the kasaya said coldly. Wait. The Tathagata in the black aura had a gloomy expression. What? Rakshasa Rulai left with a group of skeleton kings. Is there no one left alive? You can't even escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. All the Tathagata's expressions suddenly froze. This is an intricate ambush against the people of the Sea of Hades. Not only is it a scheme, but it is also extremely powerful. Otherwise, with Rakshasa Tathagata's strength, how could he not have been able to escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's wait a little longer. We have spies all over the Outer East Continent. Once the spies gather information, they will return with news soon. Let's go to the Great Strength Hall and meet the hierarch, Tathagata said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone nodded. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. The 7 great Rulai entered. Inside, there was a huge lotus platform in the north, and there were 4 lotus platforms on each side. The 7 Rulai stood on the lotus platforms on both sides and looked respectfully at the empty lotus platform in the center. Cult Master, something has happened in the Netherworld Sea. Buzz. A figure slowly appeared on the largest lotus platform. It was a black-robed man with a dignified face. The man had shoulder-length hair, and he exuded an eerie ghostly aura. As soon as he appeared, a swastika rune slowly appeared on top of his head. Greetings, Hierarch, the 7 great Rulai said respectfully. The black-robed man, Gui Rulai, narrowed his eyes and said, I already know about Rakshasa Tathagata's death. I have already divined that it happened in Batian territory. It really is Chen Batian. The Tathagata's faces turned cold. Cult Master, shall we go and destroy Batian's sect and capture Chen Batian? One of the Tathagata asked. That's right. Chen Batian deserves to die. Cult Master, who killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Everyone clamored and wondered. Gui Rulai shook his head and said, This shouldn't be a secret. We will have news soon. Don't act rashly. Why? This should be a conspiracy against the Sea of Hades. Don't fall into their trap. Inform the spies to monitor the movements of the major forces in the outer East continent. Gui Rulai said. But Rakshasa Tathagata, don't worry. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Gui Rulai said with a gloomy face. Yes. Great Zhen, Great Qin City, Yen Chuan study. Yifeng frowned and said, Sage ruler, the Sea of Hades should know about the Batian territory by now. Yen Chuan smiled and said, They know? It's good that they know. They must know that I killed Rakshasa Tathagata. They must be hesitating whether to attack the Great Qin City or not. It's good that they come. Yifeng smiled. Yen Chuan nodded. Yen Chuan could kill Rakshasa Tathagata without using the power of heaven and earth. In the Great Qin City, Yen Chuan's strength must be even stronger. In the Great Qin City, Yen Chuan was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, sage ruler, we must strike first before the Sea of Hades. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. That's right. The Sea of Hades has the advantage of 13 territories. If we don't destroy Gui Rulai's source of power, they will definitely start a war. With the strength of 12 territories, they will first crush the 5 territories of the underworld. Li Si said worriedly. Yen Chuan asked in a low voice, Did it work in the Batian weave? Li Si smiled and said, Of the 12 territories, Chen Batian has already submitted to Great Zhen, so there should be no problem. There are still 11 territory lords. 4 of them are in favor of the alliance to destroy the Sea of Hades, 4 are still hesitating, and 3 are somewhat conflicted and do not dare to attack the Sea of Hades. Has Zhang Yi started? Yen Chuan asked. Yes, it has already started. I believe that after this, the 7 territories will definitely attack the Sea of Hades together with Great Zhen. Li Si said with certainty. Then let's begin. Li Si, you will write the declaration of war. The Sea of Hades has gone against the grain and wants to unify the outer eastern continent. With the heavenly fate reincarnation, they will refine the souls of the common people and turn them into puppet. Great Zhen will lead the army of justice and invite the heroes of the world to destroy the great devil. Yen Chuan said. This subject obeys. Li Si replied. Yifeng, how are the arrangements at the front lines? Yen Chuan asked. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Liu, and Meng Yi have led the 4 great armies and are already gathered at the Sea of Hades. They are awaiting the sage ruler's orders. Yifeng said. As soon as the declaration of war arrives, immediately attack the 4 northern territories of the Sea of Hades. You will take charge and follow up. Yen Chuan said. Understood. Yifeng replied. After the battle in the Batian territory, the 11 territory envoys returned to their respective territories. They quickly passed on the news in full detail. Zhang Yi was in charge of forming an alliance with the various territories to resist the Sea of Hades. 4 territory lords quickly agreed, but there were still 7 who didn't agree. In one of them, at the peak of an exquisite mountain in the Heaven Vault territory, Zhang Yi was currently drinking with one of the envoys from that day. Lord Zhang, I was there that day as well, and I told my brother about it as soon as I returned. However, my brother was overthinking things and refused to send his troop. So, I had no choice but to wish you victory. The emissary smiled as he spoke. There's nothing we can do about it. You should know the methods of the Sea of Hades. After the battle in the Batian territory, you are definitely on the death list of the Sea of Hades. Zhang Yi shook his head and continued persuading. That envoy frowned and said, Me? I didn't really do anything. Moreover, would the Sea of Hades care so much? Zhang Yi continued laughing. That envoy frowned as he judged Zhang Yi's words. Not far away, in a valley, the black-robed king guy looked at the 30 experts in front of him. The 30 skeletons had a blue swastika on their forehead. Everyone, I don't need to tell you all about the death of Rakshasa Rulai, right? King Guy said solemnly. That's right. Although we haven't returned to the Sea of Hades, the entire outer eastern continent is abuzz with the news. Another skeleton king said. The sect lord just sent news. Those who schemed against the Sea of Hades must die. As long as they participated, no one will be spared. King Guy said solemnly. And that's natural. The sect lord sent you news? The skeleton kings asked. That's right. Do you see those 2 on the mountain? They were present at that time, helping Yan Chuan deal with the forces of the Sea of Hades. I'm sure you all have confirmed their identities over the past few days. King Guy said. This isn't a secret. We have the name list of everyone who was present that day. The sect lord gave the order. None of these people should think about leaving alive. Your mission is to assassinate these people. Kill the 2 in front of you. King Guy said solemnly. The group of skeleton kings nodded. This order was reasonable. There was no doubt about it at all. Without hesitation, the 30 skeleton kings soared into the sky and charged towards Zhang Yi and the rest. In the distance, the man who was drinking with Zhang Yi was looking for different excuses. Suddenly, he saw a group of skeleton kings charging towards him. What? Suddenly, a murderous aura surged. The 30 skeleton kings were in front of him in the blink of an eye. The man's expression changed. Then, he seemed to recognize one of the skeleton kings. Skeleton Mountain? It's you? What are you doing here? The leader of the skeleton kings said, The sect lord gave the order to kill you. Kill me? That day I didn't. Kill. Boom. A huge battle broke out. Under Zhang Yi's arrangement, he and the man in front of him would not die. After sacrificing a group of subordinates, they killed the 30 skeleton kings. Zhang Yi was in a sorry state, while the man was trembling all over. No, Gui Rulai? He really wants me to die? The man was terrified. Sigh, you won't be fine even if you hide. Zhang Yi sighed softly. Lord Zhang, don't worry. I will convince my brother. I will. The man shouted. For a time, the envoys of the various weaves were assassinated. Some recognized the people from the Sea of Hades, while others did not know who they were. Some of the envoys were dead, while others were still alive. The news spread like wildfire. For a time, all the major weaves were in a state of panic. After a few investigations, all the weaves were certain that the assassins were from the Sea of Hades. Zhang Yi quickly traveled around while Chun Baitian quickly paid a visit to the weaves' leaders. The hesitant weaves' leaders were all persuaded. The 3 conflicted weaves' leaders were also forced to compromise when the other weaves' leaders arrived. At this point, the combined forces of the 17 Weaves officially launched an attack on the Sea of Hades. A huge battle in the outer East continent began in the shortest time possible. Chapter 13:12. When the 17 Weaves sent out their troops at the same time, Li Si's declaration of war had also spread across the world. Li Si's writing style was naturally stunning. In the declaration of war, the Sea of Gloom had completely turned into a demon city. Gui Rulai was in charge of the reincarnation cycle, and anyone who was killed would be absorbed into the cycle and turned into a puppet. Every puppet had a swastika rune on their forehead. They were completely enslaved in their minds and lost their sense of self. The Sea of Gloom had to unify the outer East continent. They even used despicable means to frame Chen Baitian. They were unscrupulous in order to unify the outer East continent. The Sea of Gloom was the strongest force. If they did not resist, they would only be waiting to be destroyed. The Holy Court of Great Perfection, the righteous army of the outer East continent, exterminate the demons. Invade the Sea of Gloom. Although the declaration of war was just a piece of paper, it gathered a lot of fighting power. At the same time, it made everyone who sent out their troops understand that they were the righteous army. It greatly encouraged the generals and soldiers around. The 13 forces officially sent out their troops to attack the various Weave. Boom! With Meng Tian's first shot, the battle broke out. The entire outer East continent was in an unprecedented battle. The declaration of war was also quickly sent to the Sea of Gloom. In the Hall of Great Strength, Gui Rulai looked at the declaration of war in his hand. A group of Sea of Gloom's experts stood in the hall. The 7 Rulai's faces were extremely ugly. Ridiculous! One of them said with a sullen face. The swastika rune is a reward from the hierarch. Any disciple who has made great contributions and is extremely loyal will be rewarded with a swastika rune, allowing them to mobilize the power of the Ocean of Merits. The hierarch's reward is actually described as evil by Li Si. Controlling people's thoughts? How can there be such an evil technique in the world? This is slander. The Rulai's faces were ugly as they scolded. Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes and said, "This is called creating something out of nothing. In the end, we were too slow and allowed the great perfection to succeed." "Hierarch, let's clarify this immediately," one of the Rulai cried out. Gui Rulai shook his head and said, "It's useless, it's already too late. It can't be clarified now, no one will believe it. No, even if everyone knows that the Yuan Tian rune isn't an evil brainwashing item, these people won't be willing to admit it. Once the war starts, they can no longer turn back." Despicable. Despicable de Zhen. You claim that the Yuan Tian runes are brainwashing? I think Yan Chuan is the one who has kidnapped everyone's thoughts. Kidnap this group of territories and make them listen to his orders. One of the Tathagata said with an ugly expression. Everyone was furious. Gui Rulai frowned and said, "That might not be the case. Although the 12 territories are allied with Yan Chuan, they are definitely not willing. Although these people are being used by Yan Chuan, they can also become deadly threats." "Cult Master, are you saying that we should instigate them?" Another Tathagata's eyes lit up. Gui Rulai nodded. "Hierarch, I'll do it right away." Tathagata's face lit up with joy. "Hierarch, Yan Chuan killed the Rakshasa Rulai. Why don't we go to the great Qin city and look for him directly?" Another Tathagata asked with a frown. Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes and said, "Yan Chuan can kill the Rakshasa Rulai. His strength is naturally extraordinary. He's the same as me. As long as he's on his home ground and has the support of his home ground, he's invincible. We won't be able to do anything even if we go. Then, are we just going to watch this group of rascals run amok? Hierarch, we can't let them off so easily, especially this great perfection." Another Tathagata said. "That's right, Hierarch. The war has been going on for half a month. but the merits above the sea of Nether are decreasing by the day. Great perfection, and these people are all peerless generals, Tathaggata said. Chapter 13:13. Sect Leader, regardless of whether we succeed in instigating the weaves, I suggest that we teach the great Jin Empire a lesson. We should eliminate their vanguard and weaken their arrogance. That way, the weaves will be easier to convince. Another Tathaggata said. Gui Rulai thought for a moment and nodded. All right. The four of you will eliminate the great Jin Empire's vanguard. Yes. The four Tathagata's eyes lit up. Gui Rulai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, just in case, all of you will act together and kill them one by one. Yes. The four Tathagata answered. Great Jin, Great Qin City, Yen Chuan study. Battle reports continued to be sent to him. Yen Chuan led a group of strategists in analyzing the situation. Sage Ruler, 9 of the 12 weaves have mobilized their troop. However, there are 3 weaves who were forced to mobilize their troop. They are somewhat passive, Li Si said with a smile. It's all right. I'm not counting on them. It doesn't matter if they are active or passive. It's enough as long as they distract the troops of the 2 weaves from the Netherworld Sea and prevent them from reinforcing the other 4 weaves. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, keep a close eye on these people. They can be easily instigated. Yen Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage Ruler. There are guards watching them. Lu Geng said. How's the great Jin Empire's army? Yen Chuan looked at Yifeng. Sage Ruler, the great Jin Empire's army is naturally the most ferocious. Although the enemy is powerful, they are still a sect army. How can they stop the great Jin Empire? They are invincible. Our army is the fastest in attacking, Yifeng said in a low voice. Alright. Yen Chuan nodded. The first wave of attacks from the Netherworld Sea should be coming soon. The great Jin Empire will be the first to bear the brunt. Which of the 4 northern weaves is closest to the Netherworld Sea? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. General Wang Jian is currently attacking the Fallen Star Weave, Yifeng said. Above the vast sea outside the Fallen Star Weave, 2 Buddhas, 2 Taoists, and 4 Tathagatas stood high up in the sky, looking at the huge territory before them. The 4 of us are going to kill Wang Jian? Wasn't he being too careful? Wang Jian's current cultivation was at most at the 5th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even though Wang Jian has 3 ancestral immortal subordinates with him, those 3 are definitely inferior to Wang Jian. Should we split into 2 groups and speed up our progress? A Tathagata dressed in a kasaya said solemnly. Let's not. Now is not the time to show off. Let's go. A Tathagata in Taoist robes said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. Who? Who? The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star Weave, Wang Jian's central tent. There were countless strategists from all directions. In a large hall, he was constantly plotting how to conquer the 4 directions. Wang Jian was in another large hall, accompanying Yen Chuan who had just rushed over. Sage King, the Sea of Hades counterattack hasn't arrived yet. Wang Jian said with a frown. Miao, why aren't they here yet? Miao stood on Yen Chuan's shoulder, looking bored. Soon. King Gaia sent a message from the Sea of Hades using the Goldfish Life Tablet. The 4 Tathagatas have already set off for some time. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Just as everyone was talking, boom! 4 powerful auras descended from the sky, pressing down on the central tent. Who is it? How dare you? A group of soldiers shouted angrily outside the hall. They didn't split up but gathered together? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious. Sage King? Wang Jian was slightly worried. It's fine. I've already prepared for this. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Clang. Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. At the same time, in the other 3 territories, Bai Qi was accompanying Meng Tian in a central tent. Beside them was a sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Everyone, enter the sky-burying coffin and come to where I am. Yan Chuan's voice came from the sky-burying coffin. Meng Tian's and Bai Qi's expressions changed. They quickly stepped into the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Experts from all around continuously teleported over. Yan Chuan already had 6 sky-burying coffins. Naturally, teleporting 3 places was exceptionally easy. Outside Wang Jian's central tent. Who is Wang Jian? Get out here! One of the Buddhist sect's Tathagata shouted. A loud sound spread out in all directions. Countless cultivators immediately covered their ears in pain. High in the sky, the 4 Tathagatas radiated murderous intent. Wang Jian stepped out of a large hall. The moment Wang Jian came out, the 4 Tathagatas recognized him. Although this was the first time they met, they had seen many portraits of Wang Jian. Ha! The 4 Tathagatas laughed coldly. However, before the 4 Tathagatas could finish laughing, Yan Chuan walked out from behind Wang Jian, carrying Miao. Yan Chuan! The Buddhist sect's Tathagata glared. Miao! Miao cried out angrily at the 4 Tathagatas, as if it was angry that it did not see it. Miao, just hold back one. Yan Chuan whispered. Miao! Don't worry. It's just the 10th heaven ancestral immortal realm. Although I am only at the 9th heaven, I can mobilize 3,000 heavenly Daos. There will definitely be no problem. Miao immediately agreed. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Jindu, Wang Jian, Meng Yi, you guys hold back one person. Yan Chuan said again. Bai Qi's voice immediately came from the large hall. Sage King, don't worry. This subject alone can hold him back. With the help of the generals, that person will definitely not be able to escape. Bai Ditian, the dog god, the pheasant queen, Ao Dong, the horse king, the 5 dragons, and the 12 newly advanced ancestral immortals. Hold back the last one, Yan Chuan said with a sullen expression. 22 ancestral immortals besieging one Tathagata? Sage King, don't worry. The 5 of us have the primogenitor's bloodline, and we have all made great breakthroughs. Bai Ditian said first. Good. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. In the sky, the 4 Tathagatas were looking at Yan Chuan in shock. Suddenly, they felt more and more auras coming from the large hall. What's going on? One of the Tathagata asked solemnly. He who strikes first gains the advantage. Kill. Another Tathagata reached out and struck down with his palm. Roar. Yan Chuan roared as his aura surged into the sky. He bared his fangs and flapped his dragon bone wings. Yan Chuan was the first to charge out. Boom. Yan Chuan's palm shot into the sky. Miao. Miao also appeared in the sky with a spatial mystique. Heavenly Daos. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Daos instantly surrounded Miao. Miao's little claws quickly waved as she charged forward. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others charged out and headed straight for the Tathagatas. What? There's an ambush. The Tathagatas' expressions changed. The Great Jin sect had mobilized almost all of its forces to surround and kill the 4 Tathagatas. The moment the battle started, the surrounding void shook violently. Yan Chuan's battle was also to force the 4 Tathagatas into space. Chapter 13-14 Fallen Star Weave. As the experts of the Netherworld moved in full force, the 4 Tathagatas were immediately trapped in a battle. Boom! Yan Chuan's group gradually forced the group of Tathagatas into the sky. Bai Ditian's group had 22 ancestral immortals. 5 of them even had the life providence of a primogenitor. Among them, the Pheasant Queen, Bai Ditian, and Ao Dong were the strongest. Although it was strenuous for them to resist one Tathagata, they still managed to do so. Miao mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and 3,000 heavenly Daos surrounded her. In terms of strength, she instantly reached the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Although she did not have many combat techniques, she was strong and had spatial divine abilities. She immediately put one Tathagata in a difficult position. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Diu, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi, the 5 gods of slaughter, surrounded one Tathagata. Especially Bai Qi. The moment his golden body of slaughter appeared, the ferocious power of the Great Tao rushed towards Tathagata's Buddhist light Great Tao. The golden body of slaughter surrounded the endless karmic fire-red lotus. In the battle, the void was filled with killing intent. To the gods of slaughter, it was like a tonic, but to Tathagata, it was a lot of interference. At this moment, Bai Qi's strength was enough to stall Tathagata. With the help of the 4 gods of slaughter, he immediately suppressed Tathagata. The battle continued. The 4 Tathagatas immediately knew that they had fallen into an ambush, but they could not escape for the time being. After a day of battle, the battlefield was finally forced into the starry sky. Rumble! This battle caused countless cultivators to look up at the sky. Above the starry sky, endless explosions were extremely dazzling. Light shot out and black holes flickered. Even standing on the ground, one could feel the ferocious impact above the stars. All of them were frightened. In the starry sky, on a distant star, the butterfly queen looked at the distant battlefield and suddenly smiled. Yan Chuan is indeed too evil. He set up this ambush and hid such a spatial divine ability? He teleported a group of people here to fight together? As she looked, the butterfly queen's smile faded, and she revealed a hint of smugness. Tathagata, didn't you want to use heaven and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces? Are you bragging to me? Let's see if you will vomit blood from anger this time. Hee. The butterfly queen seemed to be pleased with herself for matchmaking this tit for tat and was in a good mood. On the other side of the sea of stars, on a distant planet, there were also 2 figures paying attention to the battle of Yan Chuan's group. If Yan Chuan saw them, he would definitely recognize them. They were the 2 people he met in the sealed realm. It was Meng Sanxing, the former master of the divine sect's sacred land, who wielded the Hong Meng gourd. He wore a purple robe, and beside him was a huge primordial gourd. Meng Sanxing was sitting at a stone table on top of a mountain, drinking tea while coldly watching the battle in the distance. A woman stood behind Meng Sanxing. She was Zizi's cousin, Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at the battle in the distance and bit her lips. Grandpa, is that Yan Chuan? Why is it surrounded by ghostly qi? It's him? The body of a Jiangchen? How interesting, Meng Sanxing said solemnly. Will Yan Chuan be in danger? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Him? You don't have to worry about him. You should be worried about the guy fighting him. That guy is going all out. As for Yan Chuan, I think he's still hiding something, Meng Sanxing said solemnly. Hiding something? Meng Hongying was surprised. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and the dragon bone on his forehead bulged slightly. I can't be wrong. That's good. Meng Hongying heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Grandpa, are we going to see Zizi later? Meng Hongying asked. Meng Sanxing held the teacup and fell into deep thought. Meng Hongying opened her mouth to ask more questions, but did not in the end. Zombie Yan Chuan flapped his dragon skeletal wings, and his speed shocked the Buddha Tathagata again and again. His strength was also extraordinarily terrifying. After 2 days of stalemate, Yan Chuan became more and more courageous while Buddha became more and more terrified. Countless stars danced around, and the strangulation force became stronger and stronger, just like when he fought Buddha Luosha. Buddha Luosha felt like he was bound by countless forces, and his movements became more and more difficult. Roar! Yan Chuan roared, and countless stars swarmed over again. No, the Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Buddha Luosha roared. Universe in the palm. Due to the opponent's caution, the stalemate lasted for 2 days before the outcome was decided. It was like the battle that day, and the stars collided with the great Tao. Endless power rushed toward Buddha Luosha. Boom! The void trembled violently. Buddha Luosha was in a huge black hole, and his body was instantly damaged. He was on the verge of death. Yen Chuan, the sect master will avenge me, Buddha Luosha said with grief and indignation. Boom! Yen Chuan clawed through his head. I'll be waiting. After killing Buddha Luosha, Yen Chuan immediately rushed to Miao's battlefield. He killed another Buddha Luosha. No, you killed him? Buddha Luosha exclaimed. Miao, use your spatial powers. Don't let him escape. Yen Chuan shouted. Got it, Miao? Miao quickly jumped through the void. In an instant, it was as if there were hundreds of Miaos surrounding the void. Great sound, great Tao! Buddha Luosha exclaimed. 1. The surrounding space trembled violently. This power was still impactful to others, but to Yen Chuan and Miao, it did not affect them much. This part of the starry sky belonged to the shallow star layer, and endless stars surrounded them. Yen Chuan quickly mobilized countless stars again. The battle just now repeated itself. Tathagata, who was cultivating, was extremely anxious. However, there was nothing he could do right now. Yen Chuan and Miao Miao were both stronger than him. With Miao Miao around, he couldn't even escape. Half a day later. Sect Master, save me! Boom! The second Buddha Luosha was killed by Yen Chuan and Miao again. In the distant starry sky, the butterfly queen shook her head and sighed. What a ferocious zombie! On the other side, Meng Hongying clenched her fists as she watched Yen Chuan kill another Buddha Luosha. Meng Sanqing narrowed his eyes. Not enough. With the death of the first two Buddha Luosha, the last two Buddha Luosha completely lost their will to fight. Yen Chuan, we will definitely take revenge. Roar! Buddha Luosha, who was surrounded by Ditian, roared in grief and anger. Boom! Boom! The two Buddha Luosha were severely injured. They separated from the rest and tried to escape. Both of them were at the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Even Yen Chuan and Bai Qi were only on par with them in terms of speed. They could not stop the two Buddha Luosha at all. Miao! Yen Chuan suddenly shouted. Miao got it! Miao's figure flashed and blocked one Buddha Luosha. Boom! Yen Chuan, Bai Qi, Jin Yu, and the others charged forward. The other Buddha Luosha turned his head and wanted to help. However, when he saw Yen Chuan and the others, he immediately revealed a look of grief and anger. That was because he knew that even if he stayed, he would only be trapped. Spatial divine abilities ignored speed. They were too fast. Yen Chuan, I will be back. I will come back to take revenge. Roar! Buddha Luosha said in grief and anger. He turned around and charged toward the east. What a pity! Bai Qi sighed. Although they could not stop the last Buddha Luosha, the remaining one would definitely not be able to escape. As for that Buddha Luosha, he seemed to have foreseen his own doomsday. A ruthless look appeared on his face. Yen Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death! Buddha Luosha roared. His body suddenly expanded. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Bai Qi's expression changed. Boom! The void shattered as the terrifying self-destruction of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal charged toward the group of ancestral immortals. De Zhen and the others were unharmed, but the other ancestral immortals were severely injured. Two of the newly ascended ancestral immortals even shattered the heavenly Tao and exploded, dying on the spot. A palm suddenly pierced into the center of the explosion. Boom! In Yen Chuan's hand there was a green energy ball. It was the soul of the self-destructing Buddha Luosha. Die a horrible death? Don't you know? This body of mine is already dead. Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly. Buddha Luosha's soul was humiliated and angry, and Yen Chuan squeezed it. Boom! The soul scattered. On the other side, several ancestral immortals clutched their wounds in pain. Yen Chuan waved his hand again, and the souls of the two dead ancestral immortals gathered in front of Yen Chuan. Don't worry, you died for Dezhen, so Dezhen won't ignore you. The two of you can cultivate as ghosts, and your salaries and titles will remain unchanged. Bring blessings to your entire clan. Go find Li Si and tell him that I've bestowed upon you. Yen Chuan promised solemnly. Thank you, Holy King. The two souls were pleasantly surprised. In the distant starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned. Buddha Luosha, no wonder you're so arrogant. Your pawns are so unyielding. In another part of the starry sky, Meng Hongying smiled excitedly. Meng Sansheng stared at zombie Yen Chuan in the distance with narrowed eyes. 3 Buddha Luosha had fallen. The most direct manifestation of this was the Sea of Nether. Boom, boom, boom. 3 super loud explosions sounded above the virtuous cloud. 3 Buddha Luosha's Dharma forms exploded one after another, and the entire virtuous cloud churned non-stop. At this moment, all the experts in the Sea of Nether stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky in confusion. Buddha Luosha? Buddha Luosha, Buddha Luosha, and Buddha Luosha have all fallen? How did this happen? Am I dreaming? The Sea of Nether instantly boiled over. At this moment, the great strength hall had fallen into a deep silence. Almost everyone's expression was gloomy. Then, they looked at Gui Luosha, who was on the largest lotus seat in the center. The death of Rakshasa Tathagata had enraged everyone. Boundless fury. But now, 3 Buddha Luosha had fallen one after another. It was no longer something that could be expressed with anger. There was a hint of solemnity and a hint of panic. Half of the 8 Buddha Luosha Buddha's subordinates were already dead. Gui Luosha's expression was calm, but his eyes contained a cold, murderous intent. Chapter 13-15. News of Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Thousand Feelers, and Tathagata Daoran being killed by Great Zhen quickly spread throughout the outer East continent. Including Rakshasa Tathagata, Great Zhen had already killed 4 Tathagatas. The outer East continent was in an uproar. The territorial lords who had been actively fighting were still worried about the Sea of Nether's forces. It was fine if they won the battles, but some of the defeats were a huge blow to their morale. After all, the Sea of Nether was too powerful. Now that Great Zhen's news had spread, it instantly boosted their morale. The main force of the Sea of Nether was Gui Tathagata and his 8 Tathagatas. 4 had already died. If this continued, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Of course, there were some who were worried that Great Zhen would go back on his word, but at least that was not the case yet. The territorial lords could not stay still. They had only offended the Sea of Nether. If they gave up now, they would not be pleasing either side. The war continued, and the Alliance army became fiercer. The battle in the outer East continent became more and more intense. At the same time, in the great strength hall of the Sea of Nether, a Tathagata who had fled in panic knelt on a lotus platform with a guilty expression. Golden Light, sit down. This is not your fault. Gui Tathagata took a deep breath. Yes. Golden Light bitterly sat down cross-legged. The entire great strength hall fell into a solemn mood. There was a long silence in the hall. How strong is Yen Chuan? Gui Tathagata asked again. Zombie King. He is very strong and has a strange ability that allows him to absorb 1,000,000 stars for his own use. We all fell at his hands. Golden Light bitterly said. How strong is he? Gui Tathagata asked again. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal is on par with us. Moreover, he doesn't have a great Tao. We actually fell at the hands of someone without a great Tao. Golden Light bitterly said. No great Tao. There was a sudden commotion in the hall. Another Tathagata surrounded by black gas nodded and said, I have all the information on Yen Chuan. Moreover, I have also collected information on his Yang realm body. Yan Chuan has only been an ancestral immortal for a few years, but he is blessed with great fortune. He has the identity of the Tao god of the Qing Tian Tao. Besides, his Yang realm body has a great Tao, which is the cypress tree of the Yang realm world tree. There's definitely no such body in the netherworld. Yang realm body? Gui Rulai asked in a deep voice. Yes, sect master. Not long ago, the saints sent news that Yan Chuan's human body is still in the world of the living. Tathagata, who was surrounded by black gas, said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Gui Rulai asked solemnly. Definitely. That saint clearly has a grudge against Yan Chuan, but he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Just give me the news. You don't have to worry about Yan Chuan's safety. Gui Rulai nodded. Hierarch, Yan Chuan has killed 4 Tathagatas, and his name has spread far and wide. Judging from the cloud of merits, the battles in the various territories are getting more and more intense. The forces of the Sea of Hades can't hold on much longer. That's right. Sect Master, we have to restore our prestige. Otherwise, with this momentum, our territories will be in danger. Everyone stated the facts. Gui Rulai nodded. After another moment of silence, he suddenly looked at a Tathagata beside him. Brute devil, how's the matter of instigating a rebellion going? Gui Rulai asked in a deep voice. When the war started, most of them were unwilling to be instigated. However, there were still 3 territory lords who were forced to join Yan Chuan's alliance. The 3 territory lords fought against 2 of our territories. Moreover, they didn't contribute much during the war. I went to make a promise, and they agreed. That brute devil Tathagata said solemnly. That's for the best. Gui Rulai said after taking a deep breath. Whoosh. Gui Rulai stood up and said, Brute devil, come with me to meet the 3 territory lords. The rest of you, stay in Netherworld Sea. What? Sect Master, you're going to personally take action? The Tathagatas exclaimed in shock. Yan Chuan is the leader of the alliance. If he can personally take action, why can't I? I won't go to his great Qin. He killed my Tathagata, so I'll chop off his arm. Gui Rulai said with a cold gaze. Yes. The Tathagatas answered. 10 days later, Gui Rulai and Brute Devil Tathagata stood in the center of an ocean. Brute Devil Tathagata had quickly notified them. The ancestral immortals of both sides of the 2 territories had arrived. 10 ancestral immortals with Inferno Heaven runes on their foreheads knelt on one knee before Gui Rulai. Disciples greet Master. The 10 ancestral immortals said respectfully. On the other side, the 3 territory lords who had been instigated to defect each brought 4 ancestral immortals with them. A total of 15 ancestral immortals bowed respectfully to Gui Rulai. Greetings, Sect Master Gui Rulai. The 15 ancestral immortals said respectfully. The other territories were fighting their own battles. Gui Rulai didn't mobilize them. He only gathered 25 ancestral immortals. Let's go to Fallen Star territory, Gui Rulai said solemnly. Gui Rulai, Brute Devil Tathagata, and 25 ancestral immortals charged towards Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star territory was the place where Yan Chuan had fought the 4 Tathagatas. Gui Rulai's goal was to kill Wang Jian. 10 days later. Fallen Star territory Lord Manor. Greetings, Master. The Fallen Star territory Lord called out excitedly. The Fallen Star territory Lord had personally witnessed the battle in Fallen Star territory. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was that he couldn't help at all. Wang Jian's army had 5 ancestral immortal generals, and they were keeping a close eye on the 5 ancestral immortals of Fallen Star territory. Help? He couldn't help at all. All he could do was watch as the Tathagatas were killed one after another. The only thing he could do was quickly send a message to the Nether Sea. However, they were too far away, so far that even if Gui Rulai came at full speed, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. They were too far away. During this period of time, each day felt like a year to the defending army. The defending army was weaker than Wang Jian to begin with. After that battle, they became even weaker. They didn't expect Gui Rulai to come at this time. Where is Wang Jian? Take me there and kill him, Gui Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes, the fallen star territory lord said excitedly. Without hesitation, he brought Gui Rulai with him and charged towards Wang Jian's central army camp. Boom! Waves of aura surged downwards. Wang Jian, get the hell out here! A loud shout rang out. However, there was no response from Wang Jian. The central army camp was in a state of panic. Something's not right. This is the central army camp. Why are the troops so weak? The fallen star territory lord's face changed. Gui Rulai struck downwards with a palm strike. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The entire central army camp was instantly shattered. However, there was no sign of Wang Jian. What? Everyone's faces changed. Where is Wang Jian? Gui Rulai rebuked angrily. I don't know. This is Wang Jian's central army camp. This is the place. The fallen star territory lord cried out in alarm. Gui Rulai suddenly raised his head. Oh no, we've been tricked! What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. A series of schemes. A series of schemes. Gui Rulai's face changed. Walala! A life tablet floated in the air. Smack! 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 One life tablet after another shattered rapidly. Just like Yan Chuan's goldfish life tablet, Gui Rulai's subordinates also had such a method of communication. Raging Devil Rulai's face changed drastically. This is news from the Netherworld Sea. Yan Chuan, Cat, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi and Jindiu besieged the Netherworld Sea and Tathagata City? We've been tricked? Raging Devil Rulai's face changed drastically. Gui Rulai's face changed drastically as well. First, they sent people to slander the Netherworld Sea. Then, they colluded with Chun Baitian to put on a show and kill Rakshasa Rulai, causing chaos in the outer East continent. Then, they gathered their forces to ambush the first wave of attacks from the Netherworld Sea. Now, they've escaped and are charging towards the Netherworld Sea? What a good Yan Chuan, what a series of schemes. Sect Master, what should we do now? Raging Devil Rulai asked anxiously. There's a traitor in the Netherworld Sea. There's a traitor. Bastard. Gui Rulai's face changed drastically. He tried his best to calm the anxiety in his heart. I must return to the Netherworld Sea immediately. I can't let him destroy the heavenly fate reincarnation. As for you, now that the great Qin city is empty, go and raze it to the ground. Yes. Everyone answered. And you, the commanders of the 4 armies of Great Qin, have already left. If you can't counterattack now, don't come and see me in the future. Gui Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. The group of people quickly scattered and flew away. Gui Rulai turned around and charged towards the Netherworld Sea. Raging Devil Rulai led 25 ancestral immortals and charged towards the great Qin city of Great Qin. Their vast power was determined to raze the great Qin city to the ground. The Netherworld Sea. Tathagata City. Countless cultivators looked outside the city in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes as they watched this unbelievable scene. Yan Chuan, Miao, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi and Jindiu. At this moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of ghost cultivators. These ghost cultivators were nothing. The main thing was that Tathagata City was enveloped by a formation. Even Miao Miao wouldn't be able to break through the massive formation. Miao, why is this formation so powerful? It's even connected to the reincarnation passage. Why can't I break it? Miao said anxiously. Ding. Jindiu's divine emperor bell rang loudly. Instantly, countless ghost cultivators fell to the ground. If you dare to approach the former again, kill without mercy, Jindiu shouted. However, these ghost cultivators ignored Jindiu. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "This is also a sin of killing. Everyone, since you've walked the Tao of killing, then use the sin of killing to refine your bodies. Kill." Alright. Boom. A group of killing gods began a frenzied slaughter. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan led Miao and flew to the side of the huge formation. Inside the formation, the three Tathagatas led a group of experts with ugly expressions. Tathagata Goldenlight, release the barrier. Let's kill together. This is our home ground. Yan Chuan can't do anything to us. A cultivator shouted. No, wait for the sect master to return. Tathagata Goldenlight said in panic. He didn't expect that Yan Chuan would dare to barge into the Netherworld Sea. How dare he? How dare he? Have you notified the sect master? Another Tathagata asked anxiously. We've already notified him. We've already notified him. The group of subordinates said anxiously. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. The arrogance they had when they looked down on the outer East continent was gone. Yan Chuan's slaughter had made them lose their temper? Yan Chuan had killed 4 of the 10th heaven ancestral immortals that they used to be proud of. Did they still have 3 Tathagatas left? Could the 8 weaker ancestral immortals stop him? Could they? Zombie Yan Chuan flew in front of the formation and looked at the panicking Tathagatas inside. He sneered. Chapter 13-16. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Netherworld Sea. Countless ghostly cultivators gathered from all directions. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi and Jin Diu were in a frenzy. The 3 Tathagatas used the power of the immeasurable merit field to set up a monstrous formation. Even Miao could not shake it at all. However, this kind of invincible defense would always crumble from within. King Gaitu, why did you betray Netherworld Sea? In another 10 years, after the reincarnation baptism, you will also have the heavenly hell rune. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you become the next Tathagata. Why? Tathagata Golden Light roared. King Gaitu, who had injured 3 ancestral immortals, took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. From the beginning to the end, I was sent by Great Zhen. Spy? One of the Tathagata exclaimed. Impossible. You advanced by leaps and bounds in my territory. I watched you grow. Your background is incomparably clean. Another Tathagata exclaimed. An ordinary skeleton reached ancestral immortal after thousands of years. Don't you think it strange? Skeleton's talent is not high, and his cultivation is slow. Without endless resources, how can he reach ancestral immortal so quickly? King Gaitu asked again. What? Boom! Bai Qi slashed out with his saber. The formation had been broken, and the massacre began. Gui Tathagata rushed towards Netherworld Sea with all his might. Netherworld Sea has endless merit. The 3 Tathagatas should be able to block Yan Chuan with the power of merit. It should be possible. Gui Tathagata analyzed with a trace of anticipation. As for the 4 territories that Great Jin attacked, the original commanders had left. Now there was a new commander commanding the army. However, they were not weakened at all. The 4 territories were taken over by Yin Hentian, Mournful Transformation, Yi Feng, and Li Si. Each of them had brought a large number of troops. The battle in the 4 territories was getting fiercer and fiercer. Because everyone knew that this battle would determine the outcome of the war in the outer East continent. No one dared to be careless. Great Zhen had mobilized almost all of its forces. On the other side, reckless Devil Tathagata led 25 ancestral immortals and arrived at Great Qin City after 8 days of travel. Boom! Outside the Great Qin City, the 26 people instantly arrived, bringing with them a massive gale as they rushed towards the Great Qin City. He seemed to have guessed that they would come. In front of the central palace hall, she was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe. She stood at the front of the central palace hall. De Zhen's remaining subjects followed behind him. One of them was the Great Zhen ancestral immortals, by Ditien, Ao Dong, Queen Pheasant, Dog Deity, Horse King, the 5 dragons on the dragon carriage, and the 8 ancestral immortals who were not severely injured in the battle against Tathagata. A total of 18 ancestral immortals stood behind Mo Yushi. 3 territory lords, you have allied with Great Jin to fight against the Sea of Hades. Why have you suddenly joined forces with the people of the Sea of Hades? Mo Yushi asked in a low voice. Us? A weave lord's face changed. You're the ones who betrayed the alliance. Don't blame Great Jin. Mo Yushi said coldly. The expressions of the 3 weave lords darkened. The 3 weave lords were afraid of the Sea of Hades, but as Great Jin's strength was revealed, the 3 weave lords grew increasingly wary of Great Jin. When they had betrayed Great Jin, they hadn't heard that the 3 Tathagatas had been killed by Yen Chuan. However, Gui Tathagata had personally met them, and the 3 weave lords had no way to turn back. By the time they had reached Fallen Star Weave, they had heard that Yen Chuan had actually killed his way to the Sea of Hades. The 3 weave lords grew increasingly terrified, but since things had already come to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's eyes turned slightly cold. Everyone, Yen Chuan, Bai Qi, and Black Cat aren't here. It's just this group. Once we flatten the Great Qin City, Yen Chuan will no longer be a threat. Let's go and kill him. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata took out a wheel of destruction and aimed it at the nearby central palace. A beam of black light suddenly slashed out, seeming as though it would slice through the entire central palace. Mo Yushi's expression didn't change at all. Just as the black light was about to slash down, a loud shout suddenly came from the south of the Great Qin City. Heaven breaking! A loud shout rang out. Buzz! A heavenly Dao shot into the 9 heavens and split apart, instantly forming a blade-shaped heavenly Dao that slashed down at Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom! Along with the blade, millions of strands of sword chi surrounded it and shot towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom! The wheel of destruction and the blade collided in midair, causing the void to tremble. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's attack was blocked? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. They saw 15 black-robed figures standing to the south of the Great Qin City. The leader held a white sword. It was him who had blocked Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Who are you? Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's expression changed. However, the 15 black-robed figures ignored him. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, Everyone, attack! Yes. Bai Ditien and the others answered. Boom! Everyone instantly charged forward. Among the group of black-robed figures, the leader was the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's master, Dugawudi, who controlled the weapon's heavenly vein. Dugawudi stepped forward and led 3 black-robed figures towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. As for the other black-robed figures, they followed Bai Ditien and the others to fight the 25 panicking ancestral immortals. Boom! Outside the Great Qin City, battles broke out everywhere. Great Qin's foundation could be seen at a glance. Mo Yushi stood in front of the central palace and coldly looked at the battlefield. Above the netherworld sea, among the stars, the butterfly queen looked at the chaotic netherworld sea and frowned slightly. Yen Chuan is actually more belligerent than I thought? I wasn't paying attention, and he actually killed his way here? The butterfly queen looked at the battlefield strangely. After thinking for a while, the butterfly queen suddenly laughed again. Tathagata, you're going to suffer greatly this time. Below, the battle had already been going on for 8 days. With the help of the virtuous cloud sea, the group of Tathagatas was indeed much more ferocious. Even so, Yen Chuan and the others became braver as they fought. After 8 days, 1 Tathagata had already died. Boom! With a loud sound, Yen Chuan's huge claw tore open the second Tathagata's head. Meow! This is so tiring. Yen Chuan, I'm almost out of strength. These fellows have the help of virtuous merit. It's too troublesome, Meow said anxiously. 2 Tathagatas had died. 7 ancestral immortals had also been ambushed and killed. Now only 2 remained. Only Tathagata Golden Light remained. At this moment, he was indescribably horrified. The virtuous Dermic idol had already arrived, and he was covered in injuries as he looked at this group of people in horror. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi Jindiu, and King of Gai were all injured. Clearly, the Tathagata were at a disadvantage in this battle. Miao was also out of strength. Only Yan Chuan did not look tired. However, this Yan Chuan was the most terrifying. Many Tathagatas had died at his hands. I'm the only one left. What should I do? Cult Master, why aren't you back yet? Tathagata Golden Light exclaimed in horror. Yan Chuan looked at the rubble and took a deep breath. All right, let's go. Meow. Meow nodded. At this moment, it was exhausted and did not want to continue fighting. Yes. Everyone answered. Whoosh. The group turned around and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Tathagata, should we give chase? One of the idiots shouted. The surviving cultivators in the surroundings all fell silent. The combat prowess of Yan Chuan's group was too ferocious. Give chase? Even if they were not afraid of death, they were not that foolish. Yan Chuan left. Tathagata City was in ruins. Perhaps only 10 or 20% of it remained. Countless cultivators showed bitter expressions. Suddenly, a vast aura charged over. Boom! The force of wind instantly blew up the surrounding rubble. Everyone looked over in horror and saw the black-robed Gui Tathagata hovering in the air. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes burned with rage. Cult Master, you finally returned. Cult Master! Cult Master! The surroundings were filled with ecstasy. Countless ghost cultivators had the urge to cry. During this period of time, Yan Chuan's massacre was too shocking. It was a one-sided massacre. He had killed for many days. The boundless confidence and arrogance of the past had been completely wiped out in these few days. Heaven and earth did not respond. With the cult master not around, countless cultivators were on the verge of despair. Gui Tathagata stood high in the sky, looking at the ruins and endless bones. His expression was extremely ugly. Yan Chuan, roar! Gui Tathagata roared furiously. Rumble! The entire virtuous cloud sea roiled. Golden Tathagata flew over with a bitter expression. Cult Master! This subordinate is useless. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Suppressing his endless anger, Gui Tathagata looked at Golden Tathagata. Where is Yan Chuan? Gui Tathagata asked in a low voice. He left half a day ago. He seemed to have guessed that the cult master would return. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Yan Chuan's group left the Netherworld Sea. At the same time, the outcome of the battle outside the Great Qin City was decided. In the end, reckless Devil Tathagata escaped with 6 of his subordinate. Of the remaining people, 6 were dead, and 13 were captured. Great victory! Long live great victory! Long live great victory! Cheers came from the Great Qin City, a stark contrast to the Netherworld Sea. The battle between the Great Qin City and Tathagata City could not be hidden at all. As if the news had grown wings, the scouts of the various weaves quickly spread the news everywhere. 2 more Tathagatas died? Yan Chuan even attacked Tathagata City? He almost razed Tathagata City to the ground? 3 weave lords had betrayed the alliance and attacked the Great Qin City with reckless Devil Tathagata. In the end, they were either dead or captured. Holding the information in their hands, the 4 weave lords instantly felt a sense of loss. Yan Chuan killed 6 Tathagatas? At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that they were being used by Great Victory. Great Victory had deliberately tied them to the same war chariot. This was Great Victory's scheme. However, they were now riding a tiger and could not back down. Stop the alliance? That would offend Great Victory as well. While the Weave Lords were anxious, Zhang Yi quickly went to the various camp. Everyone, don't worry. The sage monarch's words are worth 1,000 gold. What he says will always be effective. As long as you don't think of attacking Great Victory, this alliance will always be maintained. Zhang Yi promised again. The 4 Weave Lords could only agree. They continued to fight the Netherworld Sea. Chapter 13-17. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Yan Chuan's study room. The front line was once again handed over to Wang Jian and the rest. Yifeng and the other civil officials had returned. Sage ruler, the news of the calamity that befell the Sea of Hades has spread throughout the outer East continent. The morale of the Alliance's army is getting stronger, while the Sea of Hades' army has lost their morale. Reports of victory keep coming in. Yifeng smiled. The Sea of Hades, the 8 Rulai under Gui Rulai. They don't even know how to play their cards well. Mournful Transformation sneered. Sage ruler, after this incident, I believe Gui Rulai won't dare to go to the other territories alone. Li Si smiled. Yan Chuan nodded and said, That's right. Great Zhen has already secured victory in this battle. As a precaution, send a message to the other armies. If there is news of Gui Rulai's return, all generals are to prioritize self-preservation. I will allow them to escape. Yes, Li Si answered. Then, Yan Chuan looked at King Gai, who was at the side. King Gai was wearing a black robe and standing in a corner. King Gai. Yan Chuan spoke again. Here. King Gai stepped forward and said, I haven't given you a title all this while because I was worried that you would be seen through by others. Previously, when Venerable Transformation attacked, you incited the 3 territory lords to attack. You have already done a great service. However, you only agreed to join Great Zhen after that incident. Therefore, I can reward you more. However, that can't be counted as a merit. This time, you have contributed greatly to the battle against the Sea of Hades. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. King Gai nodded. From today onwards, King Gai will be the 10th Army Commander of Great Zhen. He will be conferred the title of First-Grade Viscount, Skeleton. He will be in charge of Great Zhen's skeleton tribe and establish the 10th Army. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Your subject, Skeleton, thanks the sage ruler. King Gai answered. Boom. Above Great Zhen's Sea of Providence, there was a loud explosion. A wave of Providence rushed down and entered King Gai's body. Above the Sea of Providence clouds, King Gui's godly image slowly materialized. Yan Chuan looked at King Gai and said, In the sealed realm, I've seen your power. You have great leadership skills. The skeleton tribe is a major tribe in the Netherworld. Even in the greater 1,000 worlds there are traces of the skeleton tribe. I hope that one day, you will not only be the leader of all the skeletons, but all the skeletons in the world will be under your command. Yes, thank you for your trust, Holy King. King of Gai replied. In the study room, many of the officials revealed looks of envy. After all, the position of a legion commander was not something that could be obtained through merit alone. Most of the time, there was also potential. Lu Gang stepped forward and asked, Holy King, how should we deal with the 3 Weave Lords who have defected? Yan Chuan thought for a moment and said, Detain them for now. Increase the number of spies in their territories. Yes, Lu Gang replied. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Gao's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to the Holy King. Come in. Yan Chuan instructed. Zhao Gao stepped into the study. Holy King, we have guests. Zhao Gao said. Meng Sanxing and Meng Hongying from the divine world of the sealed world. Zhao Gao said gravely. Them? Yan Chuan's expression turned grave. The war continued in the outer East continent. However, the Dark North Sea's decline was already apparent. For a time, the Dark North Sea's forces were forced to retreat. Their morale had already fallen, and they no longer had the will to win. If they continued fighting, they would only be risking their lives. The stalemate lasted for more than 2 months. The Dark North Sea's various territories suffered one defeat after another. Dark North Sea, Tathagata City, Great Strength Hall. Gui Rulai sat on a lotus platform with Golden Light Tathagata and Blasphemous Tathagata on his left and right. A group of cultivators stood on both sides, listening to a few people report the situation of the various battles. News of the various defeats filled the hall. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Sect Master, this is how it is. A cultivator finished his report. The hall fell deathly silent as Gui Rulai fell into deep thought. Sect Master, what should we do now? Golden Light Tathagata asked worriedly. Great Jin wants to defeat them one by one? As expected, one step ahead will lead to another. Gui Rulai said solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gui Rulai said, Inform the remaining territories to give up on their disciples and come to the Dark North Sea. What? Golden Light Tathagata's expression changed. Sect Master, this is giving up on the 12 territories? Blasphemous Tathagata's expression changed. Giving up? Everyone in the hall was shocked. 12 territories. A total of 12 territories. How could they give up on them just like that? Gui Rulai nodded and said, Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. The news has already spread. We can't find the location of the enemy's main camp in the midst of the war. Clearly, it must be Yan Chuan's idea. He learned from the previous lesson and had everyone hide in the dark. Yan Chuan is really shameless. Blasphemous Tathagata said hatefully. This isn't about being shameless. It's just that he doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Victory is already secured, so why put himself in danger? Gui Rulai was also indignant. But, Sect Master, it wasn't easy for us to control the 12 territories. Are we going to give them up just like that? Golden Light Tathagata was still unwilling to give up. If we keep the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will exist. If we keep the land and lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. As long as this group of people is still around, there will be a day when we can take back the territories. However, if these people die, then the territories will definitely have nothing to do with the Dark North Sea. It will be a further blow to the morale of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. But, Golden Light Tathagata said worriedly, I've calmed down during this period and realized that I've indeed underestimated the people of this world. At the very least, I've underestimated Yan Chuan. This Yan Chuan isn't an easy person to deal with. I was too arrogant before. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Sect Master. Let them come back. Gather the Dark North Sea and turn it into an invincible territory. We'll fight the Alliance army here. If we lose, we won't be able to reverse the situation. If we win, the entire outer East continent will be under the control of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was the best way. It's a pity that the 6 of them died. However, we'll definitely get our revenge. Gui Rulai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The Dark North Sea retreated. The 10 territories that were already at a disadvantage were instantly unable to withstand a single blow. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Good news, Sage Monarch. The 12 territories of the Dark North Sea have given up on resisting. They've completely given up. Yifeng laughed loudly. Good. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Increase the number of troops and quickly take over the territories. Yan Chuan ordered once more. Yes. The 4 marshals will each take over a territory. That's 4 territories. The 3 weaves that betrayed the alliance and fought against the 2 weaves can also be collected. Yifeng laughed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Inform the leaders of the various territories that we will meet with them to distribute the fruits of victory. Yes. Yifeng smiled and quickly left. Yan Chuan then walked out of the study. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder out of nowhere. Meow. Yan Chuan, she's here again. Meow called out. Meng Hongying was walking over from not far away. Meng Hongying also saw Yan Chuan from afar. When she walked over, her expression was extremely complicated. Yan Chuan, Grandpa and I have been living in the Great Qin City for so long. Why won't you let us see Zizi? Meng Hongying bit her lips and asked. Meng Hongying was no longer wearing the sexy tight-fitting clothes she used to wear. Instead, she was much more conservative. However, even her conservative clothes could not hide her curvy figure. Let's wait a little longer to prevent any accidents. Yan Chuan shook his head. Meng Hongying frowned and said, Are you worried that we'll harm Zizi? I'm her sister, and Grandpa is her biological grandfather. Zizi is heavily injured and is under my protection. I don't want anything to happen to her. Once I obtain the reincarnation of destiny and use it to heal her, I will let you two meet again. Yan Chuan insisted. Reincarnation destiny? Grandpa said that he can help you if you want to deal with Gui Rulai. Meng Hongying said again. No need. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Can you defeat Gui Rulai? He's at the 11th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm and has the ghostly voice Great Tao. He also controls the reincarnation destiny and has immeasurable merit. Even the current sages would not want to be his enemy. What if you? Meng Hongying said anxiously. Looking at Meng Hongying, Yan Chuan was touched and smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't do anything, I'll ask you for help. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. You. Meng Hongying felt helpless. Meow, you're also concerned about Sister Zizi? Don't worry. With me around, Yan Chuan will be fine. Meow said. Meng Hongying did not know whether to laugh or cry at Meow's words. All right, I'll persuade Grandpa to go to the Netherworld Sea with you. Meng Hongying sighed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Meng Hongying, I know you care about Zizi, so I'm grateful to you. However, I'm not grateful to Meng Sansheng. Why? Meng Hongying was puzzled. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said, Although Meng Sansheng and I are not enemies, I know that he doesn't really care about Zizi. After all, he didn't care about Zizi's suffering in the sealed world. He suddenly came to help me and made me hesitate. I want to know why you're looking for Zizi? No. Meng Hongying said blankly and then looked angry. Think about it again. Yan Chuan said again. Meng Hongying was angry at Yan Chuan's attitude, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was indeed strange. I don't know. Meng Hongying could only shake her head. I don't know how strong Meng Sansheng is, but I don't want to owe him anything. So, you don't have to worry about it for now. Yan Chuan comforted. Meng Hongying's expression changed and she nodded. Yan Chuan smiled and said, It's rare for you to come to Dajin. I'll get you Shi to show you around. No need. I'm not in the mood. Meng Hongying refused. Yan Chuan could only smile. Meng Hongying looked at Yan Chuan and took a deep breath. Speaking of Meng Hongying, I heard from Grandpa that it's not easy to get the reincarnation wheel. However, Dajin is also lucky. She has a special physique, and she can easily get the reincarnation wheel. Oh? Special physique? Why? Yan Chuan was surprised. He said that she has some inheritance of the Phoenix ancestor. I'm not sure either. However, Grandpa shouldn't be lying. Meng Hongying shook her head. Yes, thank you. Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. Chapter 13-18. Fallen Star Weave. Yan Chuan met with the Weave Lords outside the Great Qin Empire. Only Yan Chuan, Zhang Yi, and the 9 Weave Lords were present. They were gathered around a huge spell disk with a map of the Outer East Continent's 36 territories. Apart from Chun Baitian, all the Weave Lords looked at Yan Chuan warily. Yama Emperor, may I know why you've summoned us? One of the Weave Lords asked. Zhang Yi stepped forward and said, Everyone, the Sea of Nether has retreated. Our alliance is close to victory. Apart from the Sea of Nether, it's time to decide who will take the remaining 12 territories. Everyone's eyes narrowed. One of them asked, How do you want to divide them, Yama Emperor? Great Jin's recent display of strength had made all the Weave Lords wary. Thus, they were afraid that Great Jin would abandon them. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, What Great Jin promised will naturally be fulfilled. Here, let me relay the Holy King's thoughts for everyone's reference. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi. There are 12 weaves in the Nether Sea. The Great Jin Empire will attack 4 weaves. These 4 weaves belong to the Great Jin Empire. Every 3 weaves will attack 2 weaves from the Nether Sea. The amount you attack will be counted. Everyone nodded. Even though they were jealous of Great Jin for obtaining so many territories, they were still the ones who had obtained them, so there was no reason for them to share them. Secondly, there are 3 territory lords who colluded with the Netherworld Sea to attack us. They have either been killed or captured. Our benevolent Great Jin will only take 2 of the Netherworld Sea's territories. As for the 3 territories that betrayed the alliance, they will be divided equally among all of you. Zhang Yi continued. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up. They had thought that Great Jin would take the other 5 territories. After all, no one had a reason to stop them. But now, Great Jin was leaving them some scraps? The precondition is that after you've conquered the various territories, you'll continue to work with great accomplishment to conquer the Netherworld Sea. Great accomplishment doesn't ask for much. Rulai Gui, Rulai Goldenlight, and Rulai Barbaric are the absolute experts of the Netherworld Sea. All you need to do is keep the other ancestral immortals busy. Of course, as long as we don't get rid of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai will definitely seek us out for revenge. Since it's just holding back those ancestral immortals, I, Chun Baitian, am the first to agree. Chun Baitian was the first to agree. No one understood the relationship between Chun Baitian and Dejun. However, they found Chun Baitian's words reasonable. Rest assured, Yen Di. Everyone agreed. Yen Chuan nodded and said, In that case, Great Jin will take 6 weaves, and all of you will take 1 weave each. Yen Di is just. Everyone laughed. Although it was far from being comparable to great accomplishment, they were still happy that they would be able to obtain a new territory in such a short period of time and double their territory. However, from the map, Great Accomplishment's territory overlaps with the territories that all of you have taken, so it's not convenient for each of you to rule over them. The sage ruler intends to swap out the territories that are about to be taken, so that they can be connected. Zhang Yi added. Of course. Everyone agreed. In the blink of an eye, the territories on the map were reorganized. Great Accomplishment's Netherworld territory expanded to 11 territories in the blink of an eye, occupying nearly a third of the territory in the outer eastern continent. Yen Di is benevolent and righteous. Yen Di is just. Everyone praised. Yen Chuan nodded and said, There's not much resistance in the various territories. I'll give all of you a year. After a year, each of you will sort out your own territories and meet at the Netherworld Sea in a year and a half. Don't worry, Yen Di. Everyone agreed. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. Gui Rulai sat on a lotus throne and looked up at the ceiling. It was as if he could see the virtuous cloud sea. More virtuous merit disappeared. The Alliance has taken over the various territories. The countless living beings and dead spirits that used to provide me with virtuous merit are no longer able to obtain our protection. They gave up on their faith and resentfully erased the virtuous merit they gave me in the past. The virtuous cloud sea is getting smaller and smaller. Golden Light Rulai said worriedly. The decisive battle is imminent. The virtuous merit is enough. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Even if we suffered losses in the past, after this retreat, our netherworld sea still has 54 ancestral immortals. This is something that the Alliance will never be able to compare to, reckless Devil Rulai said with certainty. As the number of experts in the hall increased, countless cultivators did not fear the Alliance. They rubbed their palms together and waited for the decisive battle to take revenge. 2 years later, Netherworld Sea, Tathagata City. At a glance, the densely packed cultivators were clearly separated into two sides. On one side was Gui Rulai, and on the left and right were Golden Light Rulai and Reckless Devil Rulai. Behind them were 54 ancestral immortals and countless powerful cultivators from Netherworld Sea. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. On the other side, countless cultivators stood. On the peaks of various mountain peaks stood the lords of various territories. On the leading peak, Yen Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the other side. Miao was in Mo Yushi's arms, standing at the side. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other officials stared fiercely at the other side. There were countless cultivators on both sides, but it was silent at this moment. Gui Rulai and Zombie Yen Chuan looked at each other. In a distant valley, Meng Sanxing carried a large gourd on his back, and Meng Hongying stood beside him. "Grandpa, what is Yen Chuan's cultivation?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. "Fifth firmament ancestral immortal," Meng Sanxing said solemnly. "What? Only fifth firmament?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. At the same time, her eyes flashed with intense worry. "Yes, I have a feeling that Yen Chuan is still holding back when he fought against the Tathagatas. However, we will soon find out what it is," Meng Sanxing said solemnly. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sanxing, then bit her lips and said, "Grandpa, do you have a motive for looking for Zizi?" Meng Sanxing raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying stubbornly refused to lower her head. Meng Sanxing took a deep breath and said, "Everything is for the realm of the gods." "What? Is there really a motive?" Meng Hongying showed a bitter expression. Meng Sanxing ignored her and continued to look at the two sides of the battlefield. The huge commotion in the outer East continent could not be hidden. Every expert in the world had heard about it. At the very least, at this moment, some experts had come together. On a planet, Sage Zhuochuanxiu looked coldly at Tathagata City below. "Gui Rulai? You have been forced into such a state? I have already reported to you that Yen Chuan has not entered the netherworld. You still don't know how to use him and are forced into such a state?" Zhuochuanxiu snorted coldly. Then, Zhuochuanxiu turned to look at another planet. Sage Huazuantian was standing on that planet. Huazuantian looked down and also looked at Zhuochuanxiu. The two of them looked at each other without any enthusiasm. Instead, they looked at each other with hostility. In a remote mountain forest, two figures stood there. One was the sage of the Kong family, Demon King Kong. The other was Pan Xing of the Rock tribe. "Demon King Kong, your entire Kong family has moved to the outer South continent in the Yang realm. It seems like you are going to unify the outer South continent in the Yang realm. Why are you still in the netherworld? Are you a sage of the netherworld? Why didn't you ask Kong Huangtian to ask Cao Cao to let you enter the Yang realm and become a sage of the Yang realm? Wouldn't it be lonely to leave you here alone?" Pan Xing asked. "You are such a busybody. The ancestor has his own plans. Aren't you the same? The Boulder tribe is located in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. Why did you come to the netherworld as well? Back then, you even said you were protecting Blind Kong, but not long after, you disappeared without a trace." Demon King Kong scolded. I really had something to do last time. I had no choice. The Patriarch asked me to guard the outer South continent," Pan Xing said awkwardly. "All right, stop arguing. The battle is about to start. This Yen Chuan is really strange. He is only at the 5th celestial layer, and he dares to fight Ghost Tathagata?" Demon King Kong said. The patriarch said that Yen Chuan's cultivation technique is called the body of a minister. It seems to be related to my rock tribe. He asked me to take a closer look. Pan Xing shook his head. Demon King Kong thought for a moment and said, "That's right. The body of a minister can be used as a weapon. Your rock tribe is also a monster." Deep in the starry sky at the peak of a mountain, Butterfly Queen sat alone at a stone table. There was a pot of wine in front of her. Butterfly Queen looked at the battlefield below and drank alone. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the stone table there was an empty wine cup, as if Butterfly Queen was waiting for someone. Below, Yen Chuan suddenly said behind him, "You Shi, do you feel anything after seeing the Destiny reincarnation?" Meow. Meow also looked at Mo Yushi curiously. The virtuous cloud sea had shrunk a lot, but one could still see a huge blue whirlpool. At the mouth of the whirlpool, a large swastika symbol floated. The black gem between Mo Yushi's eyebrows flashed slightly. Destiny reincarnation? I feel something. It's like an instinct that wants me to possess it, Mo Yushi said in surprise. That's right. When dealing with Ghost Tathagata, I'm most worried that it won't be easy to refine. Since you have this feeling, I'll leave it to you when the time comes. Yen Chuan said seriously. Okay. Mo Yushi nodded. Yen Chuan stepped forward and looked at the hall of great strength in the distance. He said coldly, "Gui Tathagata." Gui Tathagata, who was the leader, said with a gloomy face, "Yen Chuan, you're really something. You actually managed to subdue all the territories of the Alliance? Isn't it too late to sow discord now? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll let you become an important official," Yen Chuan said. Ha 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 ha. Gui Tathagata laughed in disdain. Submit to you? What a joke. With just you? Invading the Sea of Hades has always been a capital offense. Today, none of you will be leaving this place. Gui Tathagata said coldly. Since that's the case, then forget it. Yen Chuan said indifferently. Since you're here, then come at me together, Gui Tathagata said. As he spoke, hundreds of swastikas appeared around him. Chapter 13-19. 100 swastikas surrounded Gui Rulai. He took a step forward, and the virtuous cloud in the sky churned. Within it, Gui Rulai's virtuous Dharma idol suddenly emitted millions of rays of golden light. It swooped down and instantly entered Gui Rulai's body. Boom! Gui Rulai's body suddenly expanded, turning into a 10,000-meter-tall giant. The 10,000-meter-tall figure looked down from above, emitting a mighty aura. Yen Chuan. The 1,000-meter-tall Gui Rulai roared. His voice shook the surroundings. Many of the allied forces that came to surround Tathagata City took a step back. Yen Chuan stood at the peak of the mountain, barely at the same height as Gui Rulai's subordinate. Gui Rulai, we know what you're thinking. We'll fulfill your wish. We'll fight you. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. What? Countless shocked voices came from all around. Whether it was the territory lords, the saints, or even Meng Sanxing and Butterfly Empress, they all looked surprised. Everyone thought that Yen Chuan had brought the heroes of great accomplishment here to gang up on Gui Rulai. Yen Chuan's strength was barely enough to deal with an ordinary Tathagata. But now it was Gui Rulai. Could Yen Chuan deal with him alone? Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes at Yen Chuan. I knew you were holding back. But it doesn't matter. Zhuochuanxiu said that you're only at the 5th level of Ancestral Immortal. If you want to die, then come. 5th level? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. This was the first time they knew that Yen Chuan was only at the 5th level. Although the 5th level was terrifying in the eyes of many, it was nothing in the eyes of the Ancestral Immortals. Many of them had reached the 5th level. They were all at the 5th level, so why was the difference so great? The Ancestral Immortals felt very uncomfortable. Golden Tathagata was even more disappointed. He had a group of 10th level Tathagatas, but 6 of them had been killed by Yanchuan? Zhuochuanxiu's angry scolding could be heard amidst the countless gasps of surprise. You bastard Tathagata! You still want to drag me into this before the battle? Yanchuan looked at Gui Rulai. Nodding, Zhang Xian took a step forward, distancing himself from his subordinate. As he stretched out his hand, countless tiny stars suddenly appeared in his palm. He waved his hand at the sky. Walla lala! Above the starry sky, in the shallow star layer, close to 1,000,000 stars started to move along with Yan Chuan's palm. It was as if they were stirred up by a mysterious power. Several figures shot out from the stars, including Hua Zuantian and Zhua Chuanxiu. Cult Master, be careful. This is it. The other Tathagatas died on this planet, said Tathagata Golden Light. Gui Rulai's face sank as he raised his head to look at the millions of stars that were being stirred up. Yanchuan coldly smiled and said, Gui Rulai, if you have any ability, you'd better use it early. After this move of mine, you might not have the chance to use any other methods. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were stunned. What was going on? Yanchuan was saying that he could kill Gui Rulai in one move? Was that what he meant? Countless cultivators widened their eyes. He, this Yanchuan is really arrogant. I knew that this zombie Yanchuan was strange. To think that he would be so arrogant. Butterfly Queen laughed unexpectedly in the starry sky. Arrogant, Gui Rulai said coldly. Although Gui Rulai did not believe it, he still used another method. Boom. Suddenly, a blue path shot up into the sky behind him. Boom. Countless ghostly skulls protruded from the blue path. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard. Ghostly sound Great Tao. Countless ghostly sounds, accompanied by the power of the Great Tao, poured into the ears of countless cultivators. For a moment, countless cultivators seemed to have become hysterical. Suddenly, they became muddle-headed as they muttered the words Tathagata. Meow? What's going on? Meow exclaimed. Apart from a few ancestral immortals who were unaffected, everyone below the ancestral immortal level seemed to have been hypnotized. All of them muttered the words Tathagata, and these countless voices actually gathered in midair, slowly condensing into tens of thousands of swastika runes that poured into the ghostly sound Great Tao. Boom! The might of the ghostly sound Great Tao suddenly skyrocketed. A power like the might of the heavens pressed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. The countless cultivators who were hypnotized could not help but kneel down. Demonic Buddhists, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects. So they are talking about your ghostly sound Great Tao. Yanchuan stretched out his hand and waved the 1,000,000 stars. Above the starry sky, 1,000,000 stars fell like a meteor shower. It was extremely spectacular. Isn't it too late to know now? Gui Rulai said coldly. Gui Rulai, the one who is late is you. Star fall, 1,000,000 big stars. Yanchuan snorted coldly. Before the stars arrived, a huge tremor in the void pressed down. Boom! For a time, countless cultivators were instantly blown away. Countless cultivators were instantly awakened from their hypnosis by this huge pressure. Tathagata Divine Palm. Gui Rulai threw a palm strike at the sky. Boom! The Great Tao gathered boundless power and instantly condensed into a vast palm that soared into the sky. In the center of the palm, a swastika rune charged at the countless stars. Boom! In an instant, the 1,000,000 stars were instantly scattered. Is that all? Gui Rulai shouted coldly. However, the scattered stars did not shatter. Instead, they scattered, avoiding the Tathagata Divine Palm, and continued to fall. The place where they fell was filled with countless netherworld sea disciples. Gui Rulai's face sank. His figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Yanchuan stepped forward and instantly charged over as well. The 1,000,000 stars instantly stopped falling and wrapped around the two. Just with these stars? Gui Rulai sneered. Spin! Yanchuan shouted coldly. Boom! The million stars suddenly spun rapidly. They spun so quickly that they seemed to have turned into a million streams of light that crazily crashed into Gui Rulai's great Tao. Boom! 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 Extremely dense sounds of collisions rang out. Countless stars crazily collided, and the surrounding void shook violently. This scene shocked the countless cultivators who saw it. Golden Tathagata's eyes flashed with anxiety. This was because the power of the stars before him was even greater than what he had seen in the past. At every point of collision, there would be a tear in the void. Millions of void tears, chaotic space. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they thought of Gui Rulai, who was in the middle of it. Gui Rulai controlled the ghostly sound Great Tao to block all the stars. However, this huge force made Gui Rulai's face turn extremely ugly. The power of a million stars actually has the power of an 11th stage ancestral immortal. No wonder they died in your hands, Gui Rulai said with a gloomy face. It's a pity, Yen Chuan. You have already stopped here. If we were outside, you might still be able to cause me some trouble. However, this is my home ground. I possess everything. What you lack the most is that your foundation is too shallow. You have not even comprehended the great Tao. Gui Rulai's expression was gloomy and cold. He stretched out his hand and struck at Yen Chuan with a palm. As the palm struck out, a black hole was suddenly pushed out of the void. Wherever the black hole passed, the stars that came into contact with it were all crushed into dust. The surrounding void seemed to be locked by this palm, making Yen Chuan unable to escape. Yen Chuan seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the void around him, as if he would be killed by Gui Rulai in the next moment. A victorious smile appeared on Gui Rulai's face. Meow! Meow cried out anxiously below. Is Yen Chuan only so capable? The butterfly queen's face darkened in the sky. Yen Chuan. Mou, she said anxiously. Grandpa, hurry up and save Yen Chuan. Hurry! Meng Hongying suddenly panicked. Hua Qiliang and Yin Hentian looked worried. Only Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the rest were not worried. Countless eyes were looking at that palm. Yen Chuan had nowhere to run and was about to be killed by Gui Rulai's palm. Who said that I don't have a great Tao? Yen Chuan suddenly said. As he spoke, a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast suddenly erupted from his body. Countless cultivators felt their hearts palpitate as if their souls were being devoured by this wild beast. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt. Gui Rulai had guessed that Yen Chuan was hiding something, but he did not expect it to be so ferocious. This aura was as if Yen Chuan's aura had suddenly increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. Boom! A pitch-black great Tao suddenly shot up from behind Yen Chuan. The great Tao soared into the sky, and a ferocious aura surged out. The great Tao soared into the depths of the 9 heavens. As it soared into the sky, it seemed to tear through the void, and many heavenly demons appeared and circled around it. Roar! A loud dragon roar was heard. Everyone saw that a black jade-like dragon suddenly swam out of the pitch-black path. It was millions of miles long and incomparably vast. The black dragon extended its head and roared at Gui Rulai's palm strike. Roar! Under the loud roar, Gui Rulai's palm strike exploded with a loud bang. After the dragon roar, the black dragon circled around the great Tao and swam up. Countless pitch-black energy surged out of the great Tao and poured into the stars. Under Yen Chuan's command, they charged at Gui Rulai once again. The great Tao of ghost sound suddenly shook violently. Yen Chuan struck with his palm, and thousands of stars rushed out and charged at Gui Rulai. Rumble! Gui Rulai immediately screamed in pain. Sky-burying coffin! Block! No one knew what Gui Rulai was thinking, but he made another stupid move. With a flip of his hand, he used the 7th sky-burying coffin to block the millions of stars. The sky-burying coffin was indeed tough, But Gui Rulai didn't know that this sky-burying coffin was refined by Yan Chuan in his first life. Yan Chuan was stunned, and he waved his other hand. As if it had sensed something, the sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Buzz! It shrank rapidly, and it instantly appeared in front of Yan Chuan. What? No! Gui Rulai screamed in a daze. Did the sky-burying coffin betray him? Boom! The great Tao of ghost sound collapsed. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt of the destructive impact. The great Tao of Black Dragon surged with rolling power and charged at the black hole in the center. No, no! In the eyes of the group of powerful beings, Gui Rulai's gigantic body was being whittled down in a frenzy. Gradually, his physical body was wiped clean by this devastating force, leaving only a pile of withered bones. Following that, the black force continued to wash over the withered bones. The withered bones quickly shattered and scattered, revealing only a green swastika character that charged into the cycle of fate. Gui Rulai died? He died in one move? The countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions as they looked at Yan Chuan, who was in front of the Black Dragon Great Tao. After sending out a palm strike, Yan Chuan's face instantly paled. The strength of this life is still not enough to control the Great Tao of the first life. Yan Chuan's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. Boom! The soul-stirring Black Dragon Great Tao suddenly scattered. Even Yan Chuan could not perfectly control it now. The Black Dragon Great Tao was different from the Cypress Great Tao. The Black Dragon Great Tao was too loud. It was a Great Tao with a heavy load and explosive killing power. Yan Chuan's figure swayed somewhat. It looked like he would fall at any moment. Meow! Meow instantly appeared beside Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, you were too cruel just now, Meow! Meow shouted excitedly. Yan Chuan's figure swayed and he smiled bitterly. It seemed a little too early to use the Black Dragon Great Tao with his current cultivation. Even with his Jiangchen body, his entire body was aching. Even so, Yan Chuan's Great Tao of the Black Dragon had shocked almost everyone. Meng Sansheng and the group of sages tensed up as they looked at Yan Chuan, who was in the sky. As for the experts of the Netherworld Sea, they felt like they were about to collapse. Gui Rulai? The number one expert of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai, was killed by Yan Chuan in one move? No! Countless cries rang out. The Butterfly Queen also stood up in shock. Black Dragon Great Tao? At this moment, a golden-robed man appeared beside the Butterfly Queen. The golden-robed man picked up a wine cup and drank from it, then pointed at the collapsing merit cloud with his other hand. All of a sudden, a golden finger appeared in the sky above. The finger touched the swastika symbol at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Boom! A vast golden light rushed toward the swastika symbol and pushed it into the reincarnation wheel. Rumble! Countless merits were quickly sucked into a blue channel. Gurgle! In just 3 breaths, a pitch-black aura spread out from the reincarnation wheel. A figure suddenly emerged from the heavenly fate reincarnation. Gui Rulai? He came back to life? It was as if Gui Rulai had suddenly come back to life. What? Sect Master? Countless cries of surprise rang out. Even more experts followed Gui Rulai's finger and looked into the distant sky. Beside the Butterfly Queen was a golden-robed man. The man's face was extremely wide, and there was a heroic aura between his brows. He naturally exuded a graceful and noble aura. The man retracted his hand and put down the wine cup in his other hand. The wine is not bad. Butterfly Queen. The man smiled. Hee, Meow Rulai. You're really good at enduring. You only came out now. Is this the chess piece you used to set up the world? He's not that great. The Butterfly Queen suddenly laughed. Indeed, he's not that great. Meow Rulai smiled and did not explain. However, the sages around them were stunned. Who was this person? He saved an 11th stage ancestral immortal with a flip of his hand? In the distance, at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Greetings, Master. I've embarrassed you. Gui Rulai suddenly bowed to the starry sky bitterly. Countless cultivators looked at this scene in shock. Master? The hidden overlord of the outer East continent called that person Master? Countless people were confused. Only Meng Sanxing, who was in the valley, noticed something. Miao family? Miao Rulai? So, Gui Rulai is a living being he created? Meng Sanxing's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. Chapter 1320. In the void, 4 worlds were scattered in 4 different directions. They were the first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the boundless world. Among them, inside the boundless world, in the sky above a sea of clouds, there was an extremely vast city floating. At the south end of the city was a heavenly monument with the words Lingshao Imperial Court written on it. Above it, on a vast sea of providence clouds, there was a huge golden dragon of providence. Unlike the first world's golden dragon of providence only had 18 claws at most. This one, on the other hand, was a golden dragon of providence with 19 claws. However, this golden dragon of providence with 19 claws looked rather weak, as if it had experienced an unprecedented battle. It was lying on the sea of providence to rest. Below Lingshao Imperial Court, countless palaces were incomplete, and the wide streets were empty. It was quiet. In the center was a palace. There were countless guards outside the palace, but they all seemed to be injured. In the center of the palace, the Longevity Hall. In the Longevity Hall, hundreds of officials and generals stood in 2 rows. All of them had extraordinary bearings. Although their clothes were bright, they could not hide some of the wounds on their faces. Everyone respectfully remained silent. They bowed to the 9 dragons' heavenly throne in the north. On the 9 dragons' heavenly throne was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe and a golden flat crown. He placed his hands on the throne and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. 2 dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Black Dragon Sky Pillar? You've finally woken up. I've waited too long for our battle, the man said with a hint of joy in his eyes. Whoosh! Everyone in the hall, be it civil or military, suddenly raised their heads. First world, netherworld, east outer continent, netherworld sea. The golden-robed man appeared beside Butterfly Queen and revived Gui Rulai with a finger. Meow, he's alive again! Meow exclaimed. Long live the sect leader! The countless disciples of Netherworld Sea cheered. Gui Rulai bowed to Miao Rulai and suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face was pale, as though he was about to collapse. However, Yan Chuan did not reveal any trace of fear. He continued to stare coldly at Gui Rulai. Ha 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 ha, Yan Chuan, I have indeed underestimated you. Great Tao? What a great Tao of the Black Dragon! However, do you still have strength? Gui Rulai suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked down and said, Miao Rulai, are you interfering in the battle between Yan Chuan and Gui Rulai? Miao Rulai poured another cup of wine and said, You are quite concerned about him. Ha, don't worry, this Yan Chuan won't die. I don't know where this Yan Chuan came from, but I just want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Butterfly Queen was surprised. Didn't you see Yan Chuan? Although he's weak right now, there's still a sense of indifference in his eyes. This is an anomaly, Miao Rulai said as he drank his wine. The Butterfly Queen looked down with a strange expression. The surrounding sages were staring at the 2 people in the sky. Butterfly Queen? There's still him? Hua Zuantian said solemnly. He still remembered that when he fought against Dugupatian, he disturbed this person and was heavily injured by this person in one move. The person in front of him was even more ferocious. He revived Gui Rulai with one finger? Who is he? Zhuochuanxiu stepped forward and instantly flew towards Butterfly Queen and Miao Rulai. Zhuochuanxiu flew up, and Demon King Kong and Pan Xing also flew up. Hua Zuantian also flew over. The three sages arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zhuochuanxiu greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Zhuochuanxiu immediately asked curiously. Kong family, Demon King Kong greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Hua Zuantian greets Senior. Hua Zuantian also said solemnly. All of them were extremely curious about this person who suddenly appeared. Wait a moment, Miao Rulai said lightly. The three sages were slightly stunned, but they finally nodded and stood to the side. Below, Gui Rulai's aura once again pressed towards Yan Chuan. Miao. Gui Rulai, you're already dead. You're shameless. Miao immediately shouted. Bai Qi Mo Yushi and the others also flew up into the sky. The experts of Great Zhen and Netherworld Sea also flew up into the sky. With so many experts flying up into the sky, it seemed like an even more chaotic battle was about to begin. In the valley below, Meng Hongying said anxiously, Grandpa, what should we do now? You should do it. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and stared at Gui Rulai. The creation technique of the Miao family is indeed extraordinary. I was wondering why Gui Rulai's fate was so unique. So it was created by the Miao family? This creation is useful to the divine realm. As he spoke, Meng Sanxing reached out his hand and took off the huge gourd on his back. He took off the lid of the gourd and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it. A loud shout came out of nowhere. However, this sudden sound caused everyone's expressions to change. Whoosh! It was like a long purple rainbow that rushed towards Gui Rulai. It was so fast that Gui Rulai could not react in time and was instantly enveloped. Rumble! A terrifying suction force crazily pulled Gui Rulai. What? No! Gui Rulai suddenly cried out in alarm. However, this suction force was not something Gui Rulai could resist. His body was quickly pulled over. Akalanatha Tathagata, Heavenly Tortoise Rune! Gui Rulai screamed. Buzz! A golden swastika rune that was 100 feet large appeared around Gui Rulai, and the void suddenly paused. However, it only paused for a moment, but the power of the Hong Meng gourd suddenly increased again. Boom! The swastika rune suddenly exploded. Sect Master! Golden Light Tathagata and Reckless Demon Tathagata reached out to grab Gui Rulai. However, the Hong Meng gourd's power was too great. Whoosh! The three Tathagata were sucked into the Hong Meng gourd. Smack! Meng Sanxing closed the lid of the gourd. Treasure, please take it in for now. Meng Sanxing bowed to the Hong Meng gourd. Asking the treasure not to be refined? Asking? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Gui Rulai, Golden Light Tathagata, and Reckless Demon Tathagata were all sucked into the gourd in the blink of an eye? High up in the sky, Miao Rulai's cup suddenly paused, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing carried the gourd on his back and looked up at the sky. The surrounding cultivators were still in shock. Yan Chuan also looked at Meng Sanxing and said, You Shi, refine the reincarnation destiny. Okay. Mo Yushi's figure flashed and rushed toward the reincarnation destiny. Screech! Mo Yushi let out a long cry and turned into a huge dark phoenix. She instantly entered the reincarnation destiny. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai did not care about the reincarnation destiny at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Sanxing. Who is that? Many people looked at Meng Sanxing with a blank face. No one knew him, just like no one knew Miao Rulai. Even the sages were at a loss. How could there be so many powerhouses in the world that they did not know? Meng Sanxing took Gui Rulai in one move. With such ease, everyone knew how fierce Meng Sanxing was. God? Miao Rulai's eyes suddenly lit up. But halfway through, he stopped. Then, Meow Rulai suddenly looked at Butterfly Queen and said, Butterfly Queen, you won. I will do what I promised you. I have to go back immediately. Goodbye. Leave? Butterfly Queen was slightly surprised. Who was that person below? He wanted to leave after seeing him? Screech. Below, the reincarnation destiny emitted a dazzling blue light as if it was about to submit. Meow Rulai frowned slightly. Meow Rulai, you don't want the reincarnation destiny? Butterfly Queen asked again. The reincarnation destiny is spread all over the world, just like the heavenly Tao. No one can completely possess it. That is only the entrance to the reincarnation destiny. I can open a second one. Since you won, Yen Chuan can obtain the reincarnation destiny himself. I will not interfere. Meow Rulai said. Okay, that's more like it. Butterfly Queen nodded. Goodbye. Meow Rulai said as he was about to fly into the sky. Senior. The three sages suddenly shouted. Sages? Since you are curious, come. Meow Rulai said. Whoosh. Meow Rulai instantly disappeared. The three sages stepped forward and also disappeared instantly. The Sea of Nether was completely defeated? Boom. The virtuous cloud exploded with a loud bang. The Sea of Nether collapsed, and countless cultivators fled in all directions. Halt! Bai Qi roared as he led his army to surround and attack. Yen Chuan carried Miao and looked at the reincarnation destiny, ignoring Meng San Xing below. Yen Chuan ignored him, but the surrounding territory lords had to pay attention. Wasn't this person too powerful? Where did he come from? Was he helping Yen Chuan just now? Was he De Jin's ally? For a moment, countless cultivators were confused. Meng San Xing looked at the starry sky, and disappeared with Meng Hongying. Miao Yen Chuan, he left. That person is gone. Miao shouted. Left? He won't leave. It's just that it's not suitable for him to stay here for the time being. He will appear again soon. Yen Chuan shook his head. At this moment, the most concerned person was Mo Yushi controlling the reincarnation destiny. Husband. Mo Yushi's voice came from the reincarnation destiny. Yen Chuan took Miao Miao with him, and stepped into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a vast blue passage. Mo Yushi transformed into a phoenix. The phoenix had 12 tails that looked like peacock feathers, but they were much more beautiful than peacock feathers. At this moment, one of Mo Yushi's 12 tails suddenly emitted a blue light, as if it had merged with the entire reincarnation passage. Husband, when I refined it just now, I realized that I can refine this reincarnation passage into one of my tails. No, it's not refining. It's as if this reincarnation passage itself is a phoenix tail. I can fuse with it. The giant phoenix said in surprise. Meow? Meow said in surprise. Then refine it. Yen Chuan said. But look at the bottom. That thing is hurting my soul. The giant phoenix looked at the other side. There was a large blue swastika rune. Meow, is this the thing that revived Gui Rulai? Meow shouted. Swastika? It can actually stop the reincarnation passage? Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Roar. Yen Chuan opened his mouth and inhaled at the swastika rune. Rumble. The swastika rune resisted for a while, but was eventually swallowed by Yen Chuan. Husband, be careful, the giant phoenix said anxiously. Meow, why are you eating everything? Why don't you leave some for me? Meow. Meow shouted. Yen Chuan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a green light gushed out. Boom! A loud sound came from Yen Chuan's body. Meow? You broke through? You became the sixth heaven? Meow shouted in surprise. Chapter 13:21. Screech. In the sky above the chaotic battlefield, a loud phoenix cry rang out. The reincarnation passage in the sky collapsed with a loud bang. As the void trembled, a huge dark phoenix suddenly flew out. The dark phoenix danced, and one of its 12 tails turned from black to blue. As it swung its tail, blue light scattered in all directions, as if it was dragging a huge blue rainbow. It was incomparably magnificent. The rainbow swept towards the Netherworld Sea's disciples. In an instant, countless cultivators were turned into dust by the blue rainbow. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. With a swing of its tail, a large number of cultivators were wiped out. The original battle stopped once again. Countless cultivators looked at the Dark Phoenix in shock. With a long cry, the Dark Phoenix suddenly shook and returned to its human form, Mo Yushi's appearance. Yan Chuan and Miao stood at the side. Yan Chuan's pale face disappeared. At this moment, he looked as if he had never collapsed. Sage Monarch! Bai Qi and the others surrounded him. We are fine, Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. The officials rejoiced. King Gaia, stay behind and deal with the Netherworld Sea's matters. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Yu coordinate with the troops. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Yan Chuan looked at the 9 Weave Lords again. Everyone, the matter is over. Let's part ways here. Yan Chuan said. The 9 Weave Lords immediately said politely, All right, farewell. Farewell. The Weave Lords were here to strengthen the Great Zhen's momentum. After this matter was over, there was no need for them to stay. Furthermore, the stimulation they had received today was already big enough. Everyone hoped to return as soon as possible and stabilize their new territories. Boom! A large number of cultivators scattered in all directions. Yan Chuan and the others also stepped onto the dragon carriage and returned to the Great Qin city with a portion of the people. 4 months later, the Baitian Weave Lord, Chen Baitian, announced to the world that he would lead 2 other weaves to submit to the Great Zhen and enter the Great Zhen imperial court as subjects. When the news came out, the 8 heroes of the outer eastern continent were terrified. They thought that Yan Chuan would go back on his words and continue to send troops. However, there was no news of De Zhen sending out troops. The 8 warlords sent people to investigate and found out that Chen Baitian had long submitted to the Great Zhen Empire. He had only announced his allegiance to the Great Zhen Empire after the outer eastern continent was stabilized. Instantly, the group of ambitious and ruthless people felt bitter. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Yan Chuan met with a group of important ministers. Yifeng stepped forward. Holy King, we've received news from the Netherworld Sea that the situation has stabilized. In this battle, De Zhen has gained 7 territories. Including Chen Baitian's surrender, we've gained another 2. Now, the Holy Court of De Zhen is in control of 14 territories in the outer eastern continent. It is the greatest power in the outer eastern continent, Yifeng said with excitement. This is De Zhen's current limit, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, De Zhen's army is indeed strong, and their morale is high. However, they don't have enough manpower. They've taken 8 territories in one go. It'll take at least a few years for them to gain full control. Li Si nodded. Prepare for the next world examination. Li Si, you'll be the examiner, Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Si answered. Outer Eastern Continent, Xianyang City, De Zhen's Holy Court. Inside a palace, Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Zhao Afang in human form surrounded a sky-burying coffin. Miao jumped on Zhao Afang's shoulder. Miao, Yan Chuan, why did you let me and Sister Yushi come to the mortal realm? Miao asked curiously. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, ZZ's recovery must not be disturbed. The god race is too strange. We must guard against Yan Meng 3 lives. Miao. Miao nodded thoughtfully. Done? Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Yes, I've refined the heavenly fate reincarnation. I can now use the power of reincarnation. Moreover, I've already tested it 3 days ago. There's no problem, Mo Yushi said. Then let's begin. Yan Chuan nodded. Clang. Yan Chuan opened the sky-burying coffin. Inside, ZZ was surrounded by countless small stars. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and the stars disappeared, revealing ZZ, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Mou she twirled her finger, and a small blue vortex appeared on her fingertip. Mou she looked at ZZ. At this moment, she didn't feel jealous at all. She gently placed her finger on ZZ's chest. 1. ZZ's body was suddenly surrounded by countless blue lights. At the side, Yan Chuan waited worriedly. Together, they looked at ZZ in the coffin. Mou she's forehead was gradually covered in sweat. Just like that, about half an hour later, 1. ZZ's body emitted a blue light, and Mou she gently released her finger. The blue light slowly dissipated, and ZZ's breathing suddenly fluctuated. ZZ slowly opened her eyes, and for a moment she was a little dazed. Then, she quickly regained her memories. "Hugh, husband!" ZZ suddenly cried out in joy. Yan Chuan immediately smiled and gently carried ZZ out of the coffin. ZZ hugged Yan Chuan as well. For a moment it felt as if millions of years had passed. Boundless yearning suddenly exploded. "Meow, Sister ZZ, you're alive," Meow said happily. On the side, Mou she pursed her lips and finally smiled at Zhaoafeng. Underworld, Great Qin City. Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying came again. "Yan Chuan, where's ZZ? Why haven't you started saving her? What's with the reincarnation cycle?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng looked at Yan Chuan quietly. Just as everyone was talking, boom! Outside the Great Qin City, there was a loud explosion, and a huge impact spread out in all directions. Meng Hongying turned her head to look. However, he saw a vast yellow heavenly river descending from the sky. The road to the underworld? Meng Sansheng's eyes narrowed. The road to the underworld? "ZZ, is ZZ healed?" Meng Hongying cried out excitedly. Not long after, ZZ and Mou she flew over from the road to the underworld with Meow. "ZZ!" Meng Hongying suddenly cried out in joy. Only Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. "Cousin!" ZZ smiled. "ZZ!" Meng Sansheng suddenly called out. ZZ frowned slightly, then bowed slightly and said, "Grandpa!" Meng Sansheng's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Yan Chuan and said, "Yan Chuan, I know what you're worried about. I'll get straight to the point. ZZ's road to the underworld is extremely useful to the God realm." "So what?" Yan Chuan frowned. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked at ZZ. "There are 6 roads to the underworld in the world, and the God race is one of them. I came here this time to see if I can bring ZZ back." "I'm not going with you." ZZ immediately shook her head and leaned against Yan Chuan. Meng Hongying was also worried and did not know what to say. "I know, so I'm not going to take you with me. However, I have a request," Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. "The God race may need to use the road to the underworld once in the future. ZZ needs to return to the God race and help them. I don't care about anything else," Meng Sansheng said seriously. "Return to the God race once?" ZZ looked at Yan Chuan. "I'll go with ZZ," Yan Chuan said. "Alright." Meng Sansheng nodded. "Grandpa, there's a road to the underworld in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. Why don't we look for those two?" Meng Hongying asked curiously. Meng Sansheng shook his head and said, "Do you think the road to the underworld is that easy? Those two cannot be moved at all. There are only 3 that can be moved. One is ZZ, one is in Chao's hands, and the last one is missing." Chapter 1322. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong's study. Yuan Tiangang held a letter of challenge in his hand. It was a letter of challenge from Tong Tian. "Celestial Emperor, a letter of challenge from Tong Tian? How bold!" Yuan Tiangang said with a deep smile. Challenging the 9 saints of the Yang realm at the same time? Wu Jiong frowned slightly. Celestial Emperor, the saints of today are different from the past. Now, the saints can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They have the power of 12 levels of heaven and earth, and there are even stronger ones. Tong Tian is too arrogant, Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Celestial Emperor, should I accept the challenge? Yuan Tiangang asked again. Wu Jiong pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. In the northern outer continent, Tong Tian wants to come out of the furnace. You can go and refine it. The voice came out of the blue. In the study, Yuan Tiangang quickly looked around, but Wu Jiong's face darkened. Celestial Emperor? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. There's no need to look. I'll accompany you to the northern outer continent. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Tong Tian had invited all the saints of the world to battle. Over the years, he had been sending out letters of challenge, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. One person against all the saints of the world? When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Southern Outer Continent, Kong family. Peacock Z and Blind Kong arrived at the main hall of the clan. The hall was called the Imperial Palace. Ancestor, that's the situation, Peacock reported. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Blind Kong, what's your current cultivation base? Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Ancestor, I've already comprehended my ancestor's life usurping technique. I'm now at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I can open my eyes and see the world, Blind Kong said solemnly. Peacock looked at Blind Kong in surprise. Blind Kong had been sitting cross-legged and deducing all this time. How did his cultivation base increase so quickly? Open your eyes and see the world? If you open your eyes, you'll see more. Continue to close your eyes. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes, Blind Kong replied. The hall was silent for a while before Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. It's starting so soon? Peacock, if you want to go, go. I hope you don't die in this battle. Die. Peacock's head snapped up. Go. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. Yes. Mortal Realm, Xianyang City, Upper Study. A group of officials stood in front of Yan Chuan. Saint King, the prime of Tongtian, has invited all the saints to battle. The whole world is in an uproar. Dongfangjing faction and Ren Shu have already left. I think they must have gone to the north outer continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Tongtian? Does he want to learn from Hong Jun? Yan Chuan frowned. Holy King, are you saying that the prime of Tongtian wants to use this opportunity to transcend? Lu Buwei's expression changed. Transcend. Yan Chuan fell into deep thought. That's right. The factory guards of the outer north continent sent news that they saw Mr. Gui Guzi in the outer north continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Gui Guzi? A complicated look flashed through Yan Chuan's eyes. Sage King, are you going to watch the prime of Tongtian's rampage? Go, why not? Great Zhen is about to establish the heavenly court. This is a good opportunity to explore the world, Yan Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Li Si of the Netherworld has prepared the examination. In the mortal realm, you should prepare one as well. Quickly gather enough talents for Great Zhen. When I return, I will prepare for the heavenly court. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1323. In the Yang realm's northeast continent, countless otherworldly demons flew about in a plain in the Yang realm's territory. Guqin music rang out, seemingly controlling the otherworldly demons. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators jiaohu as the otherworldly demons enveloped them. Ah! Why are there otherworldly demons? Demonis Meng, the Eastern Divine Church's Demonis Meng. Demonis Meng? Cries of horror rang out in the surroundings. Many otherworldly demons swooped down, charging at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. At this moment, a white-clad woman stood at the summit of a mountain peak not far away. She wore a veil and played a guqin. Thin, transparent lines seemed to shoot out from the guqin, connecting the countless otherworldly demons and directing them to kill the cultivators. A white-robed man stood behind the white-clad woman. He held a feather fan and gently fanned it as he watched the chaos on the battlefield. The white-robed man was the great Jin nation's 4th Legion's commander, Meng Wenru. The person playing the guqin was his younger sister, Meng Rongrong. A large number of soldiers stood behind the siblings. However, these soldiers did not move, looking at the siblings with reverence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless otherworldly demons seemed to appear out of thin air, quickly charging at the enemy troop. The otherworldly demons entered the bodies of the cultivators in the Jiaohu. Soon, they turned into statues, unable to move. When the otherworldly demons entered their bodies, they used their minds to resist. They did not dare to move. Once they moved and disturbed their minds, the otherworldly demons would take advantage of them and cause them to suffer a berserking chi deviation. Ding! The guqin music stopped. Meng Wenrua pointed with his feather fan. Go, capture them all. Yes, the soldiers behind answered loudly. Little sister, your guqin music is becoming more exquisite. You can even control the otherworldly demons of the heavenly demon world? Meng Wenrua smiled. Big brother, why are you here today? The Eastern Divine Church is expanding outward. I am in charge of one army. Aren't you in charge of another as well? Meng Rongrong asked with a frown. After taking a deep breath, Meng Wenrua showed a solemn expression. An honored guest is here. He wants to meet you. An honored guest. Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows. Meng Wenrua nodded. I don't want to see him. Meng Rongrong refused. Meng Wenrua said bitterly, Little sister, it's also very uncomfortable for me to be sandwiched between you two. Why are you doing this? Meng Rongrong's expression was complicated. After a while he asked, Where is he? I'll go see him. In my palace. Meng Wenrua smiled. Okay. Meng Rongrong carried her zither and walked towards the palace not far away. Meng Rongrong stepped into the hall. Meng Wenrua gently fanned herself and sighed. Then, Meng Wenrua looked at the battlefield in the distance. The Eastern Divine Cult had expanded its territory, and there were countless Confucian cultivators inside. They were also very good at planning, just like Meng Wenrua, who was unpredictable in using troop. As for Meng Rongrong, as soon as she started playing the zither, the Sky Demon Dance was invincible. While Meng Wenrua was looking at the battlefield, 2 figures were standing in a forest in the distance. One of them was dressed in white and had a blurry face. He was a saint. The other one looked like Dezhen's former enemy, Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong was Yan Chuan's father-in-law in his previous life. However, he killed his daughter and later became Dark Gue Guzi's disciple. A few years ago, he impersonated Yan Chuan in Xianyang and caused ZZ to be injured. Zhen Xiong's original body had been killed by Yan Chuan. The one in front of him was the body of a beast that looked exactly the same. Gong Yangzi, is that the woman? Zhen Xiong asked in a deep voice. Saint Gong Yangzi nodded and said, I'm sure you're familiar with Dezhen. Meng Rongrong and Yan Chuan have a lot of dispute. Yan Chuan cares a lot about her and even sent a legion commander to protect her. If you want to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Yan Chuan, you can go yourself. With your strength as a saint, you can take down Meng Rongrong with a wave of your sleeve. Why bother? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. Meng Rongrong is a disciple of the Eastern sect. If I make a move, Dongfang Bubi will not let it go. Secondly, my Gong Yangzi family can't touch anything related to Yan Chuan. You should know that I don't want to touch it. Gong Yangzi shook his head. You're worried, but I'm fine? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. It's not like I don't know what you're capable of. Who told you to go like this? You just need to trick Meng Rongrong to come out. Don't worry, I've already made preparations to deal with Yan Chuan. Besides you, I've also invited other enemies of Yan Chuan. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Zhen Xiong stared at Gong Yangzi and finally nodded. All right, you should contact the others as soon as possible. They're nearby. It's up to you. Gong Yangzi smiled. Zhen Xiong nodded. He saw Zhen Xiong's figure distort, and gradually, Zhen Xiong's appearance changed into Yan Chuan's. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Even the aura is the same. Gong Yangzi exclaimed in admiration. Gong Yangzi. Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Gong Yangzi's nerves tensed up. Then, he reacted. Ha ha ha, similar, no, it's him. Yan Chuan nodded and flew out of the forest towards the distant battlefield. In the distance, Meng Wenruo waved her feather fan and looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, she saw a figure flying over. Stop! Countless soldiers suddenly shouted. Sage King? Meng Wenruo suddenly opened her eyes wide. She turned around and looked at the palace behind her. Then, she looked at Yan Chuan flying over. Stop, everyone do their own thing. Meng Wenruo waved her feather fan and said. In the distance, Yan Chuan arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Sage King. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Wenruo, is Rongrong here? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sage King, please wait for a moment. I will call Rongrong out. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Meng Wenruo immediately walked towards the nearby palace. After knocking, Meng Wenruo stepped into the palace. In the palace, Meng Rongrong was sitting face to face with a man. Meng Rongrong had a complicated expression on her face, as she looked at the man in front of her with a hint of resentment. The man was none other than Yan Chuan. The real Yan Chuan. Brother, what's wrong? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, A Sage King came from outside and said he wants to see you. Meng Rongrong said in confusion. Zhen Xiong didn't have to wait for long before Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenruo stepped out of the nearby palace. Seeing Meng Rongrong, Zhen Xiong's face lit up. Rongrong! Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong frowned. It's me. Why are you still angry? Yan Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong didn't say anything. I have something to tell you. Come with me. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Meng Rongrong shook her head. What's wrong? Yan Chuan frowned and asked. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath and said, What's the point of saying so much? Can you give me what I want? Meng Wenruo looked at her younger sister curiously. In the hall behind them, the real Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. This was because he knew that Meng Rongrong's words were meant for him. Why can't I give it to you? I'll give you whatever you want. Yan Chuan said immediately. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan and sighed. Why are you sighing? Don't you trust me? Yan Chuan frowned. Meng Rongrong remained silent. Meng Wenruo remained silent as well. Suddenly, Yan Chuan noticed that the two people's attitudes were extremely strange. Meng Wenruo, are you betraying De Zhen? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Never. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Never before? While Yan Chuan was frowning, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the hall behind Meng Wenruo. Then, a figure stepped out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. Yan Chuan? Why is there another one? In the forest far away, Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed. What? Yan Chuan? Why is he here? Gong Yangzi was suddenly overjoyed. Haha, he walked right into the trap. Zhen Xiong's expression changed as well. You, why are you here? I won't let it happen again. Zhen Xiong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Oh no. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he turned and ran. Whoosh. Yan Chuan instantly rushed out. Gong Yangzi, save me! Zhen Xiong shouted into the distance. In the distance, Gong Yangzi stepped out, and a vast sage aura burst out. The powerful aura suppressed the surrounding soldiers, causing them to take a few steps back. As soon as the sage aura appeared, Zhen Xiong was overjoyed and rushed over. Humph! Yan Chuan coldly harumph. Blood mist suddenly surrounded his body. Whoosh! A vast sea of blood suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed where Zhen Xiong was. Yan Chuan, stay your hand! Gong Yangzi shouted and reached out to grab him. The sage's palm instantly reached above the sea of blood and was about to reach out and save Zhen Xiong. You don't have a chance, Yan Chuan coldly said. As he spoke, a sky-burying coffin suddenly floated out of the sea of blood. Whoosh! A powerful suction force suddenly sucked Zhen Xiong in. Bang! The sage's palm crashed into the sea of blood, but Zhen Xiong had already disappeared. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Bang! Zhen Xiong's figure suddenly emerged from one of Yan Chuan's sky-burying coffin. No, no. Zhen Xiong looked at the dark surroundings and immediately understood the situation. He screamed in despair. Yan Chuan coldly smiled and said, If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The same move is no longer effective. Zhen Xiong was surrounded by a group of Great Qin's generals. Netherworld. Boom! Gong Yangzi's palm landed on the sea of blood, causing it to churn. However, this palm strike was not very powerful, so Yan Chuan did not pay it much attention. Turning his head, the blood-haired Yan Chuan coldly looked at Gong Yangzi in the sky. Gong Yangzi looked at Yan Chuan and did not make the first move. Instead, he shouted, Everyone, Yan Chuan is here. Why are you not showing yourselves? Buzz, buzz. Two dazzling white pillars of light descended from the sky. A figure stood in each pillar of light. Their auras were no weaker than Gong Yangzi's, and countless cultivators immediately retreated. Sage Wu Tian and Sage Tianjizi? Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. The three sages surrounded Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong immediately revealed a worried expression. Her previous aloofness disappeared, and her eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1324. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zhen Xiong still looked like Yan Chuan. For a moment it was as if there were two Yan Chuan looking at each other. Although Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others had trapped Zhen Xiong, none of them made the first move. After all, Zhen Xiong looked like Yan Chuan as well. It was just like how Yan Chuan's blood sea required external forces to increase his cultivation. Even though the officials had the ability to help Yan Chuan increase his cultivation, they had never done so. The ruler was the ruler, and the officials were the officials. Etiquette could not be ignored, and power could not be lost. Zombie Yan Chuan walked towards Yan Chuan step by step. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the officials around him did not move, he stomped his foot and shot out of the city. Humph! Zombie Yan Chuan snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Roar! Zhen Xiong roared. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's hair turned blood-red, and a vast blood sea appeared beneath his feet. This was Zombie Yan Chuan's ability. Super ability! Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan's palm hit the blood sea, and it instantly exploded. Identical beasts are indeed miraculous. You can create an exact copy of Zhen Xiong's blood sea ability with just a glance? Zombie Yan Chuan praised. Yan Chuan, if you kill me, my master will not let you off. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Zombie Yan Chuan said coldly, Dark Gui Guzi? Zhen Xiong will go find him soon. He is in the Yang Realm's north outer continent. You should have been with him. With Gui Guzi's plan, you should have been safe. Unfortunately, you were too impatient and followed Gong Yangzi to the northeast continent to set up a trap for Zhen Xiong's woman. How did you know? How did you know? We did it very secretly. Zhen Xiong cried out in shock. At that moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked out of a nearby palace. Zhen Xiong, long time no see. The white-clothed figure smiled. Zhen Xiong's expression changed. You are Gong Yangzi? Gong Yangzi? Are you a member of the Gong Yang family? You betrayed us? You betrayed Gong Yangzi? Zhen Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Gong Yang Ben Lei didn't deny it. Why? Yan Chuan is your family's calamity. Shouldn't you fight to the death with Yan Chuan? Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Benlei took a deep breath and said, Yes, the Saint King is the Gong Yang clan's karmic calamity. I've done my research on the karmic calamity and the karmic calamity. In the end, only one can survive. However, I believe that there should be a third way to resolve this tribulation. Submit? You choose to submit? Zhen Xiong exclaimed. How could he submit just like that, considering the grudge between them? The Sage King is benevolent and allowed us to submit. I've mentioned this to the Patriarch before. Unfortunately, the Patriarch has already turned into a demon and is unwilling to take the third path. After becoming a sage, his confidence has swelled. He wanted to fight to the death with Dejun. I can only take some people with me to preserve the Gong Yang clan's lineage. Gong Yang Ben Lei said. Gong Yang Ben Lei, my miscalculation is all because of you, all because of you. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Ben Lei smiled and said, Thank you for giving me all the credit. Zhen Xiong roared again and shot into the distance. Boom! A palm fell from the sky and sent Zhen Xiong flying back. Blood sea! Zhen Xiong roared. Boom! The surging blood sea suddenly fell from the sky. You want to deal with me with my things? Zombie Yan Chuan coldly snorted. Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan instantly charged into the blood sea. Crack! He grabbed Zhen Xiong's neck and pulled him out. Yan Chuan, let me go, let me go! Zhen Xiong immediately screamed in terror. His entire body was restrained, and his life was in Yan Chuan's hands. Yan Di, have mercy, Yan Di! Jiaohu's voice suddenly came from outside the great Qin city. Swish! A golden light instantly shot over. It was Pan Xing, who was 3 feet tall. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over with his saber and coldly looked at Pan Xing. Pan Xing had come to help when Bai Qi tried to kill Zhen Xiong in the Yang realm. He used his powerful body to fight for Zhen Xiong, but Bai Qi forced him to retreat. This time, he appeared again. Pan Xing. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yan Di, you can destroy Zhen Xiong's consciousness, but I've raised this identical beast since it was a baby. My little darling and I depend on each other for survival. Yan Di, I beg you, give it back to me. I will give you anything you want. Pan Xing immediately said pitifully. Cough, 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 cough. Zhen Xiong seemed to be asking for help. Destroy! Yan Chuan glared. Boom! A powerful force rushed into Zhen Xiong's body. Blue light suddenly scattered around Zhen Xiong. In an instant, Zhen Xiong was scared out of his wits. Zhen Xiong was dead. Yan Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He finally got his revenge. Zhen Xiong's corpse suddenly underwent a huge change. It slowly turned into a colorful ball of meat. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Yan Di, thank you, Yan Di. Pan Xing immediately said in joy. Thank. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. Yes, thank you, Yan Di, for returning my little darling to me. Pan Xing said happily. Pan Xing, you've overdone your acting. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Xing. Bai Qi's long blade pointed at Pan Xing. What? Yan Di, I don't understand. Pan Xing cried. Even if you call it so cheesy, it's useless. Do you think I will believe you? You raised it since it was young? Ha 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 ha, divine beasts are born and raised by the heavens. How can it be raised by the Boulder tribe? Yan Chuan said coldly. This is really my little darling, my. Pan Xing said anxiously. Enough, am I so easy to fool? It's not like I don't know about the identical beast. Yan Chuan said coldly. Pan Xing's face stiffened. The identical beast, the myriad blood source, can imitate all living things. Do you really think I don't know? You want the myriad blood source only to improve yourself. How can I give my things to you for free? Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and threw the colorful ball of meat in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Pan Xing's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the end, he let out a long sigh and didn't dare to fight for it. Gulp! Yen Chuan swallowed the myriad blood source. Boom! Suddenly, a violent aura rushed out from all over his body. Yen Chuan's body was suddenly covered with the color of blood. Roar! With a loud roar, the huge dragon bone wings appeared again. Then, the dragon bone wings stretched out again, as if they had grown by half again. Yen Chuan's appearance became even more outstanding. Boom! A wave of air rushed out in all directions. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and slowly recovered. Congratulations, Yen Emperor, your cultivation has improved, Pan Xing said bitterly. Another step, with the body of a zombie, Yen Chuan had also reached the seventh heaven of the ancestor Immortal realm. Below, Gong Yang Benliai's face was filled with joy. After all, the more Yen Chuan gained, the greater his contribution would be. Yen Emperor, Pan Xing has embarrassed himself. Pan Xing smiled bitterly. You didn't embarrass yourself. Being thick-skinned is also a kind of ability. Don't always think of reaping without sowing. Zombie Yen Chuan lectured in a low voice. Yes. Pan Xing nodded. Yen Di, I have offended you this time. However, what I want to say is that Yen Di, as a zombie, has a deep connection with my rock tribe. I hope you won't fight me. Pan Xing bowed respectfully. Oh? Zombie tribe? Rock tribe? Relationship? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The tribe leader did not allow me to leak this information. Please forgive me, Yen Emperor. At the very least, my rock tribe has never attacked zombies. Pan Xing said solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at Pan Xing in confusion and finally nodded. The rock tribe will not find trouble with Dezhen. Dezhen will also not become enemies with the rock tribe for no reason. Yes, then I will also take my leave, Pan Xing said. Yen Chuan nodded. Pan Xing turned around and walked away. Congratulations, Sage King. Bai Qi and the rest were overjoyed. Yen Chuan's cultivation had improved, which meant that Dezhen's strength had increased. Everyone was overjoyed. Yen Chuan nodded. Gong Yang Benlei stepped forward and said, Sage King, please be careful in the Yang realm. Not only did the tribe leader bring Zhen Xiong, he also invited Wu Tian and Archaic Arcanum sect, two great sages. Wu Tian? Archaic Arcanum? I do have a grudge against them. It is normal for them to come. Yen Chuan nodded. However, the information you brought this time is very useful. I am very satisfied. I promise that as long as you are willing to join Dezhen, I will treat you equally. From today onwards, you will be responsible for subduing the Gongyang family. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Benlei will not disappoint you, Gongyang Benlei said immediately. From his initial contempt for Yen Chuan, to his respect, to his hatred, to his fear, to his submission today, Gongyang Benlei had long since given up on making an enemy out of Yen Chuan. Is the Gongyang family's beast a goat? Yen Chuan asked. Yes, the family and the goat tribe share the same reincarnation, Gongyang Benlei said. Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. Sage King should know about the Kong family. The Kong family's human race and the Peacock tribe share the same reincarnation. Therefore, the Kong family belongs to the beast tribe. The Kong family's disciples can transform into peacocks and command all the peacocks in the world, Gongyang Benlei said. You can transform into a goat too? Yen Chuan said in surprise. Yes. It's just transforming into a goat. My strength might not be as strong as my human form, Gong Yang Benlei nodded. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then I also know how to reward you. The goat tribe will be Dezhen's national beast, and Gong Yang Benlei will be the goat tribe's sovereign." Boom! Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a sudden surge. "Thank you, Sage King," Gong Yang Benlei said in satisfaction. Flipping his hand, Yan Chuan took out a jade box. "Most people can transform into human form as a demon, but you can transform into a demon as a human. Let's see if you can refine this birth chart," Yan Chuan said. The moment Gong Yang Benlei touched the jade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Progenitor birth chart?" Gong Yang Benlei immediately said with a look of joy. By the side, Een Hentian took out a jade pendant and said with a trace of strangeness, "Sage King, this official did not expect that Gong Yang family head would share the same origin as the goat tribe. Gong Yang Benlei should be able to refine this birth chart. The path of life is strange and unpredictable. Who can say for sure?" Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "Gong Yang Benlei, refine it yourself," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Yes, thank you, Sage King," Gong Yang Benlei said in joy. Previously, he still had some guilt towards Gong Yang Zi. Now, Gong Yang Benlei no longer had a trace of guilt, because joining Dezhen was absolutely the best decision. Chapter 1325. Around the Northeast Continent. Above a sea of blood, Yan Chuan stepped on the waves, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked angrily at the sky. In the sky there were 3 huge white pillars of light. In each pillar of light there was a sage. Sage Wu Tian, Sage Tian Jizi, and Sage Gong Yangzi. The 3 sages stood in the void and released their auras. A powerful aura rushed in all directions. Countless soldiers were immediately pushed back by this aura. There were even some who were forced to kneel down. There were countless auspicious clouds in the sky. The 3 sages looked down at Yan Chuan. "Ha ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, I wanted to lure you out, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap." Gong Yangzi laughed. "Yan Chuan, do you still remember me, Wu Tian?" "Yan Chuan, do you remember me, Tian Jizi?" the 3 sages shouted. On the other side, Meng Rongrong immediately panicked. Her pretentious attitude from before was instantly gone. "Brother, don't stop me!" Meng Rongrong shouted anxiously. Meng Wenrua shook her head and said, "The Sage King is prepared. Don't worry." Wu Tian, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. "What happened in the North Outer Continent? I knew you would leave Xianyang. Once you leave Xianyang, you will no longer be able to borrow power. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Yan Chuan, do you think you can still live?" Gong Yangzi laughed. "Live? I will naturally live. As for you, Gong Yangzi, don't you know that I am your Gong Yangzi's calamity? You actually came to deal with me personally. Don't you know how terrifying a calamity is?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yan Chuan immediately laughed. "Calamity? How did you know?" Gong Yangzi suddenly said in surprise. "Humph." Yan Chuan sneered. He turned to look at Wu Tian and Tian Jizi. "I have long expected the 2 of you to come for revenge. However, don't you think this is too grand? I'm now at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm, yet 3 sages have to surround and kill me at the same time?" Yan Chuan said solemnly. Tian Jizi sneered. 7th firmament ancestral immortal? Indeed, if it were anyone else, we would disdain joining forces to kill them before we reach the Saint Realm. But you're different. Yan Chuan, you've hidden your strength far too deeply. Yan Chuan, you've caused us 3 saints to surround and kill you. You can be considered unprecedented. Wu Tian said coldly. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 sages and said, "Humph, if that's the case, then come at me." Boom. The sea of blood expanded once again, and Yan Chuan was surrounded by a bloody mist. The sea of blood soared into the sky, directly facing the three saints. Yen Chuan's straightforwardness caused the three sages to suddenly become sluggish. This was because no matter how monstrous Yen Chuan's strength was, it was impossible for him to compete with a sage. However, he actually dared to accept the challenge of three sages? This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Yen Chuan turn around and flee, and then be toyed with by the three of them like a cat catching a mouse to vent the hatred in their hearts? Fight? The three sages hesitated. Why? Are the three of you afraid? Yen Chuan said coldly. Afraid? The three sages' eyes flashed with anger. Tianjizi suddenly shouted, Everyone be careful! Gong Yangzi and Wu Tian looked over. Yen Chuan, he's deliberately deceiving us. Yen Chuan's sea of blood has a strange ability. I remember now. No, I'm sure that this sea of blood is strange. The stronger it is, the stronger it becomes. Every time it's heavily injured, not only will Yen Chuan not be injured, he can even use it to break through. Yen Chuan wants to use our strength to help him break through, Tianjizi said solemnly. What? Gong Yangzi exclaimed. That's right. Wu Tian suddenly shouted. I also remember. The last time we fought Yen Chuan together with the Phoenix Emperor, Yen Chuan's sea of blood was not destroyed, but Yen Chuan's cultivation increased by 1 celestial layer. Wu Tian said. Gong Yangzi also suddenly said, I also remember. The last time in the Central Territory, under our heavy attacks, Yen Chuan's cultivation also broke through by 1 celestial layer. Yen Chuan is getting stronger the more he fights. He wants to lure us into a battle to make himself stronger, Tianjizi said solemnly. The three sages immediately looked at Yen Chuan in shock. What a strange ability! What a domineering ability! The three sages said coldly. Yen Chuan's face also sank. What? The three of you aren't going to fight? The three sages looked at each other. We can't allow Yen Chuan to continue getting stronger. If he continues to get stronger, we won't have a chance to avenge ourselves. Tianjizi said coldly. Then what should we do? Gong Yangzi asked doubtfully. There's a way. Blood Sea ability? Absorb the power of attacks? It can be absorbed if it's within an acceptable range. However, what if it's outside the acceptable range? Wu Tian suddenly said. In my opinion, Yen Chuan's sea of blood can only withstand the power of 1 sage at most. To be safe, if we all attack together and scatter the entire sea of blood, Yen Chuan will also be annihilated. Wu Tian said again. The three sages looked at each other and agreed with each other. Then, they looked at Yen Chuan who was above the sea of blood. At this moment, Yen Chuan's face was gloomy, as if he was anxious after his scheme was exposed. Ha 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 ha, everyone, let's attack together. If Yen Chuan doesn't die, I won't be able to get rid of him. Wu Tian laughed loudly. Okay. The two sages agreed loudly. Boom. In an instant, 3,000 heavenly Tao shadows appeared behind each of the three sages. The heavens and earth shook as the three sages gathered rolling power. Yen Chuan's face darkened. Forward! Boom! The heavenly veins suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the power of the sea of blood surged again. Yen Chuan's face was solemn as he tried to block the three sages. Meng Rongrong, who was not far away, shouted anxiously. The three sages gathered the power of the heavens and earth and sealed the void in all directions, not allowing Yen Chuan to escape. The three giant palms were like 3 mountains that fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. 3 waves of destructive power rushed toward the sea of blood. Die! Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Before the 3 palms arrived, the sea of blood surged violently, resisting the 3 giant palms. Meng Wenruo was extremely anxious, but she could only clench her fists tightly. Even though Yen Chuan was controlling the heavenly veins, he was still inferior to the 3 sages. Yen Chuan's body merged with the heavenly veins. His eyes flashed with a solemn look, as if he was waiting for something. The three giant palms were about to reach the surface of the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The raging waves disappeared, and the sea of blood calmed down under the great suppression. Seeing that they had succeeded, the three sages' faces that were covered by the fog revealed a ferocious look. Heavenly Tao! At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace where Yen Chuan had walked out from. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. Following that, a white sword light shot out from the palace, heading straight for Wu Tian. Xing! The sword light was extremely fast and ferocious. It arrived in front of Wu Tian in an instant. What? Wu Tian's face changed. Boom! Wu Tian quickly dodged in shock, but the sword aura seemed to have fiercely pierced into Wu Tian's arm. Bang! Wu Tian retreated. The sage's palm that he had just sent out also shattered. Only Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi's palms hit the sea of blood. Yen Chuan was still worried about three sages' palms, but two? He immediately threw out the great heavenly seal. Boom! Boom! The two sages' palms hit the sea of blood. Bang! The boundless sea of blood was shattered with a loud bang, and a huge abyss was created on the ground. The rumbling earthquake radiated in all directions. The sea of blood disappeared, and so did the heavenly veins. Yen Chuan, don't let anything happen to you. Meng Rongrong rushed over anxiously. Everyone looked over. Inside the abyss, there was a 10-foot imperial seal in front of them. Behind the imperial seal, there was a pool of blood that was emitting the sound of a heartbeat. No, almost. Tian Jizi said anxiously. Boom! The sea of blood surged. Yen Chuan rushed out of the abyss with Meng Rongrong in his arms. You're fine, that's great. Meng Rongrong was suddenly hugged by Yen Chuan, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong in his arms and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Meng Rongrong's eyes. He smiled and said, Of course I'm fine. Let go of me, let go of me. Meng Rongrong struggled violently and quickly broke free from Yen Chuan's arms. Eighth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? I knew it. Tian Jizi said irritably. The three sages looked at Yen Chuan with resentment. At the same time, they looked at the hall that Yen Chuan had come out from. It was that hall that shot out a sword light. Slowly, a white-robed man walked out. His face was also covered by a layer of mist. Dongfang Bubi? It's you. Wu Tian immediately roared. Dongfang Bubi looked at the three sages and turned to look at Yen Chuan and said, Yen Chuan, I'll only help you block one. Let's go with Wu Tian. Okay. Yen Chuan responded. Dongfang Bubi, this is a grudge between us and Yen Chuan. You also want to interfere? Wu Tian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. Instead, he pulled out the sword in his hand and shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! After a collision, the two shot out into the starry sky. Bastard Dongfang Bubi, you're just a newly ascended sage, and you want to stop me. I'm the #1 sage. Wu Tian roared. The two disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instantly, only Yen Chuan was left to face the two sages. Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi both felt depressed. Gong Yangzi, didn't you say that you tricked Yen Chuan into attacking you alone? Why is Dongfang Bubi hiding here? Tian Jizi said solemnly. Gong Yangzi also felt gloomy. Don't worry. Yen Chuan is only an 8th level ancestral immortal. You also saw it just now. The sea of blood can't withstand our power at all. More than half of our palm power was blocked by Yen Chuan's imperial seal. In other words, without the imperial seal, I can destroy Yen Chuan's sea of blood alone. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Tian Jizi's face sank. Indeed, most of his power was blocked by the imperial seal. The sea of blood did not bear much of it. Hold back the imperial seal. I can do it alone, Gong Yangzi said anxiously. Since you want to do it alone, then do it alone, Yan Chuan said indifferently. What? Gong Yangzi's face changed. Whoosh. Yan Chuan and Dongfang Bubi walked out of the palace. Suddenly, another white-clothed man walked out. His face was still blurry. Shiman Sage? Tian Jizi said in surprise. Tian Jizi, with me here, you don't have to do anything. Shiman Sage flew up and said. You. Gong Yangzi exclaimed. One Dongfang Bubi could be said to be a coincidence. Now there was another Shiman Sage. Was this still a coincidence? Gong Yangzi, you're the only one left now, Yan Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 13:26. Gong Yangzi, now you're the only one left, Yan Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Yan Chuan stepped on the waves of blood, rising higher and higher, coldly looking at Gong Yangzi. Gong Yangzi looked left and right. Wu Tian had been forced into the starry sky by Dongfang Bubi. Tian Jizi had been forced away by Shiman. 4 sages facing off? Gong Yangzi suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. Someone betrayed me? It's not too late to know. Gong Yangzi, are you going to make a move? Yan Chuan said coldly. Gong Yangzi stared at Yan Chuan. Speaking of which, Gong Yangzi didn't want to face Yan Chuan at all, so he set up today's situation. Who would have thought that today's situation was actually a trap? Yan Chuan had already made preparations, and even planned everything with Dongfang Bubi and Shiman. He even used him to break through? Yan Chuan, be careful! Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted in the distance. Meng Rongrong's eyes were full of worry, but this shout made Gong Yangzi's expression change, and he turned his head to look. Meng Rongrong stood beside Meng Wenru. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Meow! Yan Chuan shouted. Buzz! The void trembled, and a small cat was suddenly summoned. Meow! Yan Chuan, you fought again, and you didn't call me, you bad guy. Meow! Meow Meow cried out excitedly. Yan Chuan was speechless. He knew that Meow liked to fight, so he didn't tell it. Meow, you go and protect Wenruo and Rongrong, Yan Chuan shouted. Meow, why do I have to protect them again? I want to fight, Meow. Meow said unwillingly. Gong Yangzi said gloomily, Yan Chuan, do you really think that I can't do anything to you and need to use women and children to threaten you? Meow, who are you calling a woman and a child? Meow suddenly shouted. Gong Yangzi was extremely unhappy with Yan Chuan's disdain, and now a kitten was also shouting at him. Humph, little bastard, scram! Gong Yangzi shouted. Meow. Beast your sister. Meow. Yan Chuan, you protect them. I will fight with him. Meow. Meow shouted angrily. No, Meow. Yan Chuan's expression changed as he cried out. So what if you are a saint? Meow, I have the way of the heavens too. Meow suddenly shouted. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind Meow. Instantly, Meow teleports and pounces towards Gong Yangzi. Little bastard. Gong Yangzi glared. Boom. A huge altar suddenly appeared beneath Gong Yangzi's feet. The 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind him again. He stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards Meow. Meow. Meow's cat claws struck out. Oh no, Meow. Yan Chuan's expression changed as he rushed forward. Boom. The 2 heavenly Daos collided. The void shook violently. The cat claw shield also collided with Gong Yangzi's claw shield. Rumble. The 3,000 heavenly Daos from both sides collided with a loud bang. However, perhaps because of the heaven and earth altar beneath Gong Yangzi's feet, after every collision, Gong Yangzi's heavenly Tao always won. Bam! 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 Meow's 3,000 heavenly Daos were shattered. Gong Yangzi's palm broke apart Meow's claw and enveloped Meow with boundless heavenly lightning. Meow! Meow was instantly surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts, and she let out a painful cry of Jiaohu. Meow. Yan Chuan's eyes turned red as he threw out the imperial seal in his hand. The massive imperial seal collided with Gong Yangzi. What? The Holy Hall's imperial seal is so powerful? Gong Yangzi cried out in shock. Boom! The imperial seal shattered 10 heavenly daos and collided with Gong Yangzi's body. Gong Yangzi was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, dove into the sea of lightning. Meow! Meow cried out in pain. Yan Chuan used his body to block the boundless heavenly lightning and hugged Meow in his arms. Boom! When the lightning dissipated, Yan Chuan's robe was instantly damaged. In a hurry, Yan Chuan's face turned ashen from the explosion. However, it was finally over. Meow, wake up! Yan Chuan cried out anxiously. In his arms, Meow's body was charred black, and there was even a huge bloody wound on her left claw, with blood flowing out. Yan Chuan anxiously channeled his magic power to heal Meow. His eyes were filled with worry. Meow, meow! Yan Chuan cried out anxiously. Under Yan Chuan's treatment, Meow slowly opened her eyes. Meow, sob, 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 sob! Meow cried as soon as she opened her eyes. Her big eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very pitiful. Meow, you're awake. Yan Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Sob, 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 Yan Chuan, I'm in pain, my whole body hurts, even my hand hurts. Sob, 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 sob. Meow cried. Ha 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 ha, it's no longer the same as before. The heavenly Tao has been repaired. Little bastard, I know you. You were able to stop Wu Tian back then because the heavenly Tao was incomplete. You dare to be impudent now? Gong Yangzi suddenly laughed. Sob, 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 sob. Meow cried out in pain and grievance. Meow, I'll avenge you. Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with a cold light, and a surge of killing intent burst out. Ha 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 ha, you're angry because the little bastard is injured? If I kill this little bastard, what can you do, Yan Chuan? Gong Yangzi continued to laugh. Sob, 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 sob. Meow looked at Gong Yangzi with hatred and cried out in grievance. While Gong Yangzi was laughing, a sudden clap of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated throughout the entire territory. Boom! Huge waves surged in the ocean around the territory. The earth trembled. Even the sky where everyone was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and a vast aura of anger spread out. Above the stars, invincible east faced Wu Tian. The sky and earth suddenly changed. Their faces changed as they looked down in shock. What's going on? Wu Tian was shocked. Below, Shimin and Tianjizi were also looking at the sky in shock. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and a soul-crushing feeling rushed into their hearts. Plop, plop, plop. In an instant, countless soldiers knelt down. Even Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua couldn't help but kneel down under this powerful aura. Yan Chuan stepped on the heaven and earth altar and hugged Meow as he looked at the sky in shock. Boom! A huge crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Eye of heaven? Tianjizi exclaimed. What's going on? Gong Yangzi was also confused. What's going on? Why is the heavens alarmed? For some reason, Meow cried even louder when she saw that huge crack. It was as though endless grievances were fermenting and exploding. Whoa! Whoa! Meow cried nonstop. Looking at the crack, it was as though she wanted to cry out all her grievances to the crack. Meow, meow, I'm here. Don't cry. What's wrong? Meow. Yan Chuan was worried. Meow. Meow. Yan Chuan, it hurts. I'm being bullied. Whoa. When I see that crack, I want to cry. I'm being bullied. Whoa. Meow cried loudly. Greetings to the heavens. Shimin, Gong Yangzi, and Tianjizi bowed towards the crack. Boo-hoo. Only Meow's cries could be heard. Little bastard, if you keep making noise, do you want to have a taste of me, Gong Yang Tianlei? Gong Yangzi turned his head and scolded the crying Meow. Boom. Among the dark clouds, a seven-colored heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The direction of the heavenly lightning was where Gong Yangzi was. What? Gong Yangzi's expression changed. Boom! Immediately, the seven-colored heavenly lightning struck Gong Yangzi. Gong Yangzi immediately tried to defend himself, but the seven-colored heavenly lightning was simply too powerful. It instantly broke through his defenses, causing his hair to become disheveled. Fate, what did I do wrong? Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed. Boom! 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 Immediately, another 100 seven-colored lightning bolts fell from the sky and chased after Gong Yangzi. Heaven, I didn't do anything wrong, heaven, spare my life! Gong Yangzi screamed in horror. Boom! 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 The heavenly lightning chased after Gong Yangzi, but at the same time, it also forced Gong Yangzi to not be able to escape. Whoa! Meow cried as she looked in front of her. In front of her, Gong Yangzi was being struck by countless heavenly lightning bolts. The heavenly lightning did not take his life, but only caused him to be severely injured. Wherever the heavenly lightning passed, Gong Yangzi's body was instantly charred black. Millions of heavenly lightning chased after Gong Yangzi, as if to amuse him, but also as if to coax Meow. It was like a loving father coaxing his aggrieved daughter. Heaven, spare my life, spare my life! Gong Yangzi ran in all directions in horror. Walla lala! The heavenly lightning fell like a torrential rain, only targeting Gong Yangzi. In an instant, Gong Yangzi's skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. Blood splattered everywhere. Heaven, what did I do wrong? Heaven, tell me, puff! Gong Yangzi was chased by the heavenly lightning until he cried out in grief. This heavenly lightning punishment came out of nowhere. Why is it like this? What did I do wrong? Tianjizi and Shimen also looked at this scene in confusion. Then, they looked at Meow, who was in Yan Chuan's arms not far away, with a strange expression. Oh! Meow's cries were much softer, and her mouth was trembling. Looking at Gong Yangzi being struck by millions of heavenly lightning bolts, she felt extremely relieved. However, looking at the crack in the sky, she still felt extremely wronged. Meow, whoa, meow. Meow cried as she looked at the crack in the sky. From the beginning to the end, the eye of heaven did not open, as if it did not dare to look at Meow below. Meow, meow, meow. Meow looked sadly at the crack in the sky. From the beginning to the end, the crack did not open. However, more and more heavenly lightning fell on Gong Yangzi. Millions of lightning bolts rained down on Gong Yangzi. No, heaven, what did I do wrong? Heaven, oh my God! Gong Yangzi cried out in grief. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the heaven and earth altar below Gong Yangzi's feet. No, don't! Gong Yangzi screamed in horror. Rumble! Heavenly lightning rained down. Gong Yangzi was in an extremely sorry state. Yan Chuan continued to pour spells into Meow's body. Meow's injuries were also much better, and the wound on her paw had already healed. Whoa hee! Looking at Gong Yangzi's sorry state, Meow finally let out a smile. Chapter 13:27. Een Realm, Tine Star. Great Moon Palace. Butterfly Queen stood on a jade platform in a white dress. She looked up at the sky and frowned. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be sending her a message. After a long silence, Butterfly Queen grumbled, "Father, you spoil my sister too much. When I was bullied and sealed, you didn't protect me. Now you want me to protect my sister?" Lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky as if sending her a message. The Butterfly Queen's mouth curled up as her eyes flashed with resentment. "Every time I fight with my sister, you always help her. Is it really because I'm the goddess of misfortune and she's the goddess of fortune? Being with her will make my luck better, but I'm also your daughter." Butterfly Queen's eyes reddened. "Because I'm the goddess of misfortune, no one was willing to be my friend since I was young. Everyone avoided me. Why did you make me the goddess of misfortune? I hate misfortune. Yes, ever since I was young, only you and Big Sister didn't despise me. However, every time I see others avoiding me and trying to please Big Sister, I feel very sad. Why am I not the goddess of luck? Why am I the goddess of misfortune? The Butterfly Queen's eyes became redder. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Sigh. A soft sigh came from the dark clouds. Yang realm, northeast continent. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts struck, charring Gong Yangzi's body. He was in a sorry state. 10,000 lightning bolts struck Gong Yangzi, causing him to vomit blood. He tried to escape, but the heavenly lightning forced him to stay close to Yan Chuan and be humiliated. Why? Fate? Why? What did I do wrong? Gong Yangzi howled. However, the heavenly lightning wouldn't explain. Gong Yangzi could only run. Due to Yan Chuan's magic power, Miao's pain gradually subsided. When she saw Gong Yangzi's sorry state, she laughed. Ha 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 ha, Miao. Miao finally laughed. Why? Gong Yangzi asked the sky. Suddenly, he saw Yan Chuan and Miao. Is it because of you, Yan Chuan? Is it because of you? As long as I am your enemy, I will be unlucky? No, why? Gong Yangzi howled in grief. Gong Yangzi didn't understand. Shimin and Tianjizi were merely guessing. However, in the sky, Wu Tian said in a strange voice, mysterious? Gong Yangzi, you are really domineering. You dare to injure Xuanmiao? When you fought with Yan Chuan, no one targeted you. But when you fought with Xuanmiao, how did you injure it to such an extent? Miao's injuries gradually healed. Her charred hair slowly receded, and white hair once again grew. At least on the surface, Miao looked as if she was not injured at all. However, she still looked weak and pitiful. Boom, boom, boom. After another 3 million bolts of lightning, the lightning finally stopped. But right now, Gong Yangzi was on the verge of death. Although the heaven and earth altar beneath him hadn't been taken away by the heavens, 100 cracks had appeared on it. At this point, Gong Yangzi had officially become the weakest sage. Gong Yangzi wanted to cry but had no tears as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky, hoping that the heavens would give him an explanation. However, the heavens didn't care about him at all. He looked at Yan Chuan, who was not far away, with grief and indignation. Gong Yangzi turned around and ran in a panic. Xiao! Gong Yangzi disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yan Chuan didn't chase after him. Thinking about Gong Yangzi's miserable state, Yan Chuan's anger from before dissipated by quite a bit. Miao turned to look at the dark clouds in the sky. Miao! Miao called out to the sky. However, the crack in the sky didn't open from beginning to end, as if it couldn't bear to look down. Rumble! The crack disappeared, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Meow, meow, meow. Meow called out to the sky, as if unwilling to part with the dark clouds. However, the dark clouds slowly dispersed. The people kneeling on the ground were finally able to stand up. Although countless cultivators were kneeling on the ground and couldn't see the scene, they heard everything. The sage was punished by the heavens? How could this be? There were still 4 sages facing each other: Dongfang Bubi, Wu Tian, Shimin, and Tianjizi. Seeing Gong Yangzi turn around and run, Wu Tian and Tianjizi were speechless. This encirclement to kill Yan Chuan was planned by Gong Yangzi, and in the end, he ran away. Dongfang Bubi, get out of the way! Wu Tian shouted again. Scram! Dongfang Bubi said in a deep voice. Bastard, when I became a sage, your ancestors weren't even born yet, and you dare to ask me to scram? Did you really become arrogant after becoming a sage? Today I'll let you know that even though we're both sages, the gap is huge. Wu Tian waved his hand, and a huge light wheel appeared in the void. First sage? Heh? Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly. Open for me. Wu Tian shouted, and the light wheel in the void rushed down. However, Dongfang Bubi's sword was also astonishingly fast. His belt fluttered, and the sword instantly moved. Shing! Two dazzling sword lights burst out, and heaven and earth lit up. Countless cultivators were blinded for a moment, unable to see anything clearly. Ah! My eyes! While countless people were screaming, the light wheel that Wu Tian swung out in the sky was annihilated. Wu Tian screamed. Everyone looked over under the dazzling light, only to see Dongfang Bubi retracting his sword. On the other side, Wu Tian's arms were chopped off by Dongfang Bubi. Both arms were chopped off? What? Tian Jizi exclaimed. Yan Chuan's eyes also focused. How did Dongfang Bubi's strength soar so much? Wu Tian's two arms floated beside him as he looked at Dongfang Bubi in panic. Dongfang Bubi said coldly, "Under the righteousness of the nest, sages have their own missions. Otherwise, today is the day you die." Scram! You! Wu Tian shouted in horror. "If you don't scram, I don't mind chopping off your head again," Dongfang Bubi said coldly. For a moment Wu Tian was inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! Turning around, Wu Tian walked away with his broken arms. There was only one Tian Jizi left. Seeing that the others had left, Tian Jizi made a prompt decision and also walked away. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tian Jizi disappeared. The ambush ended in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan kept the sea of blood and hugged Miao as he looked at Dongfang Bubi in the sky. Dongfang Bubi's sword had surpassed all the sages. How long had it been? How did Dongfang Bubi improve so much? Whoosh! Dongfang Bubi instantly fell from the sky. Shimin also looked at Dongfang Bubi in amazement. Yan Chuan, back then you protected my Jilu Academy. Now we are even. Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath and said. Yan Chuan nodded. Let's enter the palace. There are some things I want to discuss with you, Dongfang Bubi said. Okay. Yan Chuan hugged Miao and followed Dongfang Bubi. Shimin, you come too. And you too, Meng Rongrong, Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Shimin nodded. Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenruan nodded. The group of 5 people and 1 cat stepped into the main hall. Bang! The door of the main hall closed with a bang. In the main hall, Dongfang Bubi sat in the main seat, and everyone took their seat. Dongfang Bubi, do you know a lot about Chao? Also, do you know the reason why the experts of the Third Era appeared? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath and finally nodded. I know a little. Oh! Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Shimin was also slightly surprised. Sect Master Dongfang, please enlighten me. Dongfang Bubi nodded. I also just understood it not long ago. There are some things I still don't know. There are some things I can't say. I will only say what I can say. Yan Chuan nodded. Chao, Kong Huangtian, and many other experts have one goal. They want everyone in the world to be like a dragon and live forever. Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath and said, Give birth to a transcending level expert? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Dongfang Bubi shook his head. Not just a transcending level expert, but a hope for everyone in the world to transcend. Everyone will be like a dragon and transcend. Everyone will live forever. Dongfang Bubi said. What? That's impossible. Yan Chuan suddenly glared. In the Great Thousand Realms, only one transcending level expert was born. In the Great Evil World, there were only 2 transcending level experts, including the Lotus God. 4 worlds. After countless years, only these 3 remained. Dongfang Bubi meant that everyone in the world could transcend? How could that be possible? Shimin, Meng Rongrong, and Meng Wenruo all goggled. This was not realistic. It was impossible. It is indeed very difficult. However, if one does not work hard, one will only be annihilated. Dongfang Bubi sighed after taking a deep breath. Miao? Why? Miao asked, feeling confused. Everyone stared at Dongfang Bubi. When the four realms merge, all life will perish. Dongfang Bubi said. What? When the four realms merge, all life will perish. What do you mean? Shimin suddenly exclaimed. When the four realms merge, aside from the transcending level experts, all life and dead spirits will perish. Dongfang Bubi said. Why? How can that be possible? When the four realms merge, why will all life perish? Shimin asked, feeling extremely confused. Miao? If one does not transcend, everyone will die. How could this be? Miao was also bewildered. Dongfang Bubi shook his head and did not explain further. However, Yan Chuan frowned deeply. This was because Yan Chuan already had some guesses. However, this result was too cruel. All life perishing? What can that do? Yan Chuan did not ask for the reason. Since Dongfang Bubi would not say it, Yan Chuan would find out in the future. To strengthen oneself, one peerless expert after another will be born. These peerless experts will lead all life in the world to transcend and overcome the tribulation of the four realms merging. Dongfang Bubi said after taking a deep breath. Peerless experts will lead all life in the world to transcend? Miao. Miao called out in shock. The hall fell into a dead silence. If the world could give birth to a transcending level expert, it would be enough to shock the whole world. However, this group of old monsters that kept appearing wanted to lead all life and dead spirits in the world to transcend? How is that possible? Shimin asked in shock. Miao, are you kidding? Miao was also shocked. Even Yan Chuan was deeply shocked at this moment. At this moment, Yan Chuan finally had a direct understanding of the hidden old monsters in the world. In the Great Thousand World, everyone was striving to give birth to a transcending level expert. Leading the world to not be bullied by outsiders was already a great blessing. However, in the first world, this group of old monsters wanted to lead all life in the world to transcend. Chapter 1328. Transcendence of the Common People? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with shock. When the four realms combine, all living beings perish. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Yan Chuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Invincible East's words didn't seem to be a joke. Shimin Sage also fell into deep thought and became incomparably solemn. Yan Chuan, I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Invincible East took a deep breath and said. Oh! Everyone looked at Invincible East. I hope that Meng Rongrong can go to the heavenly demon world for me to do something. Invincible East said solemnly. What? Heavenly demon world? Shimin Sage said in surprise. Miao? What heavenly demon world? Miao asked curiously. Yan Chuan knew where the heavenly demon world was, but he still stared at Invincible East. Why did he want Meng Rongrong to go to the heavenly demon world? Miao, where is the heavenly demon world? What heavenly demon world? Miao cried out. Shimin Sage, you should have been there before. Please tell me. Invincible East said. Shimin Sage nodded. In the nothingness there are our four worlds. Take our first world as an example. The first world exists in the nothingness, and between the nothingness and the first world, there is a layer of region that seems to be both real and illusory. This region is between the nothingness and the first world, transitioning between two extreme environments. It seems to be both real and illusory, it seems to be both real and illusory, it seems to be both there and nothing. This is the heavenly demon world. You can also see the heavenly demon world as the halo layer of our world. In the heavenly demon world, countless heavenly demons are born. It is a very strange world. Shimin Sage explained. Miao, that is to say, the four worlds have their own heavenly demon world? The heavenly demon world is a parasite outside the worlds? Miao opened her eyes wide. And you can say that. The last time I entered, it was also the nest that let me enter. I went inside to find an old senior, and asked that old senior to help the heaven-mending Tao. Shaman Sage took a deep breath and said, Meow, there are also old monsters in the heavenly demon world? Meow said in surprise. Yes, very strong, so strong that it makes me tremble. Shaman took a deep breath and said seriously. Everyone turned solemn. Cult Master, what do you want me to get? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. You have already mastered the 8 heavenly demon melodies that I left behind in the sealed world. With these 8 melodies you can control most of the heavenly demons. I want you to go to the heavenly demon world and retrieve a net from the human snake demon mountain. Invincible East said. Human snake demon mountain? A net? Meng Rongrong asked seriously. I will give you a purple amulet. As long as you are in danger, you can immediately return to heaven and earth. However, I only have one. I hope you can find that net. Its name is Heaven Pushing. Outside the Heaven Pushing net, there is also a zither of all life. If you can obtain it, it will be yours. Dongfang Booby said in a low voice. Meng Rongrong nodded and said, Yes, I will definitely find Push Skynet. Rongrong. Yen Chuan shouted. Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan with reluctance in her eyes. Then, it turned into determination. Cult Master, send me there. Meng Rongrong said again. Invincible East turned to look at Yen Chuan. It was as if he respected the relationship between Yen Chuan and Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan with determination in her eyes. Then, she nodded firmly at Yen Chuan. Sigh. Yen Chuan sighed and finally nodded. That's good. Time waits for no one. We need to start immediately. Let's go out and open the heavenly demon passage for you. Invincible East said. After speaking, Invincible East walked out of the hall. Shimin and Meng Wenrua also walked out of the hall. Only Yen Chuan, Meng Rongrong, and Miao were left in the hall. After sending Miao away with the sky-burying coffin, Yen Chuan faced Meng Rongrong alone. You don't have to go, Yen Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong gently took off her veil and revealed her devastatingly beautiful face. She looked at Yen Chuan with deep affection. Just now, when I didn't know whether you were dead or alive, I already understood my heart. I know that I was too willful in the past. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yen Chuan walked forward and gently grabbed Meng Rongrong's hand. Meng Rongrong didn't struggle. Yen Chuan gently hugged Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong's body slightly tensed up and she stopped struggling. Yen Chuan, I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you play chess. Later, you went to Jilu Academy. Outside the Jilu Academy, I met with a mishap. Although it was a little awkward and I couldn't face you, I was really happy. The days when you were in Jilu Academy were the happiest times of my life, until the day you went crazy. Meng Rongrong said gently. I saw the 3 yellow roses you placed at the entrance of the radiant world. Yen Chuan said gently. You saw the 3 yellow roses? Do you understand what I mean? Yen Chuan hugged Meng Rongrong and said. I understand. The 3 yellow roses are your apology. You're saying I'm sorry, Meng Rongrong said gently. No, it's I'm sorry. I love you, Yen Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong's body trembled slightly. The two hugged for a while. Meng Rongrong suddenly struggled. What's wrong? Yen Chuan gently let go. Meng Rongrong let go of Yen Chuan's embrace and quickly took 2 steps back. She bit her lip and looked at Yen Chuan, her eyes flashing with reluctance. I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear to leave your embrace, Meng Rongrong said bitterly. Then don't go. Come back to Great Zhen with me, Yen Chuan said solemnly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, No, I want to go. I want to go. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll come find you. Why? Yen Chuan said with a frown. Just let me be willful one more time, Meng Rongrong said with anticipation. Looking at Meng Rongrong, Yen Chuan went forward and hugged Meng Rongrong again. This time, Meng Rongrong did not resist. After a while, Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong stepped out of the hall once again. Outside the hall, there was a huge rift in the void. On the other side of the rift, the void was extremely dark with large numbers of skyfiends flying around. However, Dongfang Booby stood at the rift with his sword in hand. Not a single skyfiend dared to fly out. "I'm going," Meng Rongrong said. With that said, she did not dare to look at Yan Chuan as she walked to the nearby rift. Meng Wenruo watched her sister walk over and sighed slightly. Dongfang Booby took out 2 jade talismans, one purple and one white. "Crush the purple jade talisman, and it will allow you to return to heaven and earth. The white jade talisman is my proof. If you meet some peerless experts inside, show them my jade talisman. They will make things convenient for you," Dongfang Booby said solemnly. "Yes." Meng Rongrong nodded. With that, she took the 2 jade talismans and stepped in. Boom! Dongfang Booby stopped holding the rift and it slowly closed. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong inside. Meng Rongrong also looked at Yan Chuan from inside. The two of them looked at each other with concern and worry. Boom! The rift closed. In the Skyfiend world, Meng Rongrong's tears fell. "I will be back. Yan Chuan, wait for me. I don't want to be a vase. I must be able to help you." Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said firmly. Chapter 1329. After sending off Meng Rongrong, Yan Chuan sighed in his heart. He turned to look at Dongfang Booby. Dongfang Booby's strength was far beyond his expectations, cutting through the void and going straight to the heavenly demon realm. Moreover, he was also famous in the heavenly demon realm. Dongfang Booby seemed to have seen Yan Chuan's doubts and nodded gently. "Yan Chuan, you are a piece of unpolished jade. I can feel your exuberant potential. With such achievements in just a few thousand years, I can foresee that you will shine when the heroes climb the peak," Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. "Oh," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "I hope you will be able to fight with me." "Dongfang Booby will wait," Dongfang Booby said solemnly. "Me too." Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. "Then let's meet again." Dongfang Booby made a salute. Yan Chuan returned the salute. Dongfang Booby stepped forward and his body was enveloped in white light. The white light soared into the sky and Dongfang Booby disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shimin smiled bitterly. Although Dongfang Booby was polite to him, he did not seem to treat him as an equal. It was as if he was not as good as Yan Chuan. "Shimin, thank you very much this time," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Yan Di, you are too polite. My people still need to thank you for protecting them. I did not do anything this time. Besides, Dongfang Booby is there this time. There is no need to invite me." Shimin shook his head. "No, the favor between me and Dongfang Booby is only worth him fighting against a sage." Yan Chuan shook his head. "All right, but I have also seen Yan Di's elegance. Every time I see you, I am shocked. No wonder Dongfang Booby, such an arrogant person, has a whole new level of respect for you," Shimin said with a smile. "You flatter me," Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Yan Di, in the North Outer Continent, Tongtian sect leader is going to fight against the 9 sages of the Yang realm. We have all received the request of the heavens and must go. Yan Di, do you want to go?" Shimin asked. "Yes." Yan Chuan nodded. "Then let's meet again in the North Outer Continent. Forgive me for having to leave first." "All right, see you in the North Outer Continent." Yan Chuan nodded. Just like Dongfang Booby, Shimin took a step forward and left. Meng Wenruo went to the other side and gave instructions to the officers and soldiers. Then, she came to Yan Chuan. "Sage King, I can finally return to Great Zhen." Meng Wenruo smiled. "Yes, just in time. Follow me to the North Outer Continent." Yan Chuan nodded. "Yes. The Holy King came alone this time?" Meng Wenruo asked curiously. My guards of honor have already left for the outer north continent. I have come alone. Let's go. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. The two of them stepped forward and shot towards the north. 4 months later. Outside the north continent, heaven-span territory. In a manner. Yan Chuan, Meng Wenruo, Jin Yu, and Zhang Yi stood in the hall. Yan Chuan held a letter in his hand. Meng Wenruo and Jin Yu were curious. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with anxiety. Holy King, is this a letter from Master? No, Dark Gui Guzi? Did he say anything? Zhang Yi asked worriedly. Gui Guzi had many disciples in Great Zhen, including Zhang Yi, Su Fu, and Zhao Afeng. However, it was difficult to be loyal and filial at the same time. Dark Gui Guzi's appearance had caused the loyalty and filial piety to break. Zhang Yi and the others were stuck in the middle and felt extremely uncomfortable. Meow. Meow jumped out of nowhere. Now, as long as Yan Chuan went out, Meow would follow. In Meow's words, Yan Chuan would cause trouble wherever he went. Whenever he caused trouble, it would be fun. Meow, Dark Gui Guzi? What did he say? Why did he send you a letter? Meow asked in surprise. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and handed the letter to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately read it. By Yi, I have already asked the Heavenspan territory to arbitrate. The Heavenspan Ocean, 10,000 refined hearts, will resolve our grudges. 10,000 refined hearts? Zhang Yi asked in surprise. Meow, 10,000 refined hearts? What's that? Meow asked in confusion. Using 1,000,000 nightmares to refine the formation, a journey straight to the heart, cleansing the heart of the dream. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meow? I don't understand. What does that mean? Meow asked in confusion. It means that two people are dreaming together, and there is nothing false in the dream. It is impossible to fabricate all kinds of non-existent matters and grudges like other dreams. Here, you can only dream with what you have in your heart. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. 10,000 refined hearts is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your temperament will change greatly. However, in the refined hearts, you can see your truest self and the truest opponent. It is a battle of hearts. Zhang Yi explained. In other words, Dark Gui Guzi wants to have a battle of hearts with you? Meow stared at Yan Chuan with wide eyes. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow, battle of hearts? What is a battle of hearts? Can it be a battle of hearts? Meow was completely confused. Zhang Yi said solemnly, Holy King, you can't agree. In the past, all the people who used the 10,000 refined hearts changed greatly. Even in the Bai family, Bai Huang listed it as a taboo technique. Dark Gui Guzi has gone crazy. Holy King, you can't agree. Taboo technique? Meow, is it so dangerous? Meow asked in surprise. In the past, no one who used this technique in the Greater Thousand World was spared. Everyone's temperament changed greatly. The one who changed was not himself. It is extremely dangerous. Only a few people know about it. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Meow, since it is so dangerous, what is the point of fighting? Meow asked strangely. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and was silent for a while. Meow? Yan Chuan, you don't want to participate, do you? Meow asked in surprise. Yan Chuan did not speak. Instead, he picked up the teacup and fell into deep thought. Holy King? Meow, Yan Chuan. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. After a while, Yan Chuan seemed to come back to his senses. Zhang Yi, you are an old subject who has followed me since my first life. How was my first life? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. In the first life of the Holy King, Bai Yi, Lan, and Ying were unparalleled. They reigned supreme in the world. The great Qin dynasty was even more powerful. No one could compare to it. Zhang Yi immediately said. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, No, although I was powerful in my first life, I could not transcend. Transcending is difficult. Zhang Yi said. Yan Chuan shook his head again and said, "No, there is a reason why I could not transcend." Zhang Yi said in confusion, "There is still a flaw in my heart. That flaw is restricting me." Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Zhang Yi said in surprise. "Miao? Yan Chuan, you have a flaw in your heart? What flaw? Why don't I know about it?" Miao asked in surprise. Yan Chuan shook his head and did not explain. 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart? I want to participate. I want to make up for this flaw. I understand that only 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart can make me more perfect. Similarly, only 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart can save Gue Guzi. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "But, Holy King, 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart. If you are not careful, no, you have never succeeded from the beginning. It is too dangerous." Zhang Yi said anxiously. "Miao, how about Yan Chuan, don't go? We can just use force to defeat Dark Gue Guzi," Miao said worriedly. "That's right, Holy King," Zhang Yi persuaded. Putting down the teacup, Yan Chuan stood up and said solemnly, "If I cannot make up for this flaw in my heart, I will be stuck at the peak of my first life. I will definitely succeed. Zhang Yi, go see Dark Gue Guzi and tell him that I agree. 3 days later, at the heavenly ocean, let him set up the formation." "Yes." Zhang Yi sighed and nodded. The heavenly ocean was the largest inland sea in the heavenly ocean. There was a huge island on the ocean with countless palaces on it. The largest palace was the Roaming Jade Palace. The Roaming Jade Palace was the residence of sect leader Tongtian. When the news of sect leader Tongtian fighting all the saints spread, the heavenly ocean became the focus of the world. Countless cultivators came from all directions, ready to watch this epic battle. Therefore, countless forces lingered outside the heavenly ocean. The originally quiet heavenly ocean was in an uproar because of a dragon carriage. Outer East Continent, Great Jin's celestial court, Yan Chuan's dragon carriage? Yan Chuan went to the Roaming Jade Palace? And he even went inside? What's the relationship between Yan Chuan and sect leader Tongtian? How could this be? Countless shocked voices came from all around. Everyone stared curiously at the distant Roaming Jade Palace. There were only 4 men in the Roaming Jade Palace. Dressed in a black robe, sect leader Tongtian sat cross-legged on a large futon with a cold expression. On the other 2 futons sat Yan Chuan and Dark Gue Guzi. Sun Wukong stood behind sect leader Tongtian. 10,000 tendrils tempering heart? Are you really going to do this? You've never succeeded before? Sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Dark Gue Guzi shook his head and said, "Sect leader Tongtian, you, Bai Yi, and I were close in the past. This time we asked you to protect us, to resolve the grudge between me and Bai Yi." Yan Chuan also nodded and said, "I've made up my mind. Although 10,000 tendrils tempering heart is a forbidden art, it's also the best way to resolve the grudge between me and Gue Guzi." "Gue Guzi, you're too stubborn," sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. "It's not that I'm stubborn, but I can't let go of this grudge. How can I, Gue Guzi, be willing to be his subordinate?" Dark Gue Guzi said coldly. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. "All right, no one can disturb you in the heaven-span sea. I wish you success. I don't want to wake up and find that you've become someone else," sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Yan Chuan and Dark Gue Guzi nodded. Sun Wukong, go out and inform everyone that anyone who dares to step into the heaven-span sea will be killed, sect leader Tongtian said in a low voice. Yes. Sun Wukong immediately walked out of the hall. The 3 of them chatted for a while more before Yan Chuan and Dark Gue Guzi stepped out of the hall. When the door opened, sect leader Tongtian sat in the hall and did not follow them out. Outside, Meng Wenrua, Zhang Yi, Li Si, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and other important officials of the Great Jin Kingdom were transported in the sky-burying coffin. The battle between Yan Chuan and Gui Guzi involved not only their grudge, but also a large number of officials of the Great Jin Kingdom. Zhao Afeng, Zizi, and Mo Yushi also came over and looked worriedly at Yan Chuan. Miao was in Zizi's arms, and her eyes were also filled with worry. Dark Gui Guzi waved his hand at the heaven-spanned sea. Boom! A million black shadows suddenly flew out of the heaven-spanned sea. These shadows were like balls of black energy that flew everywhere. However, people soon noticed that these black shadows were flying in a certain trajectory. Nightmare? A million nightmare? What are they doing? A cry came from the distance. Chapter 1330. The surface of the heaven-bridging sea suddenly turned as still as a mirror. 1,000,000 nightmare demons circled a region, flying in a specific trajectory. The nightmare demons had nowhere to run. The flying region looked like a gigantic altar. 2 beds made of water floated above the altar on the surface of the sea. The nightmare demons circled around them. Yan Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi flew over. Then, they lay on the water beds and closed their eyes. 1,000,000 nightmare demons immediately charged into the two's bodies. Boom! The nightmare demons surged into the two's bodies like a heavenly river. Whoosh! Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions. Nightmare demons? Those are nightmare demons. With so many nightmare demons entering the body, won't the soul shatter? Nightmare demons create dreams. 1 nightmare demon is already enough for me. This 1,000,000 nightmare demons? Are these too crazy? What are they doing? Countless cultivators exclaimed. Countless nightmare demons charged into the two's bodies, then flew out of the two's bodies and entered the other's body in a cycle. The 2 lay on the water beds and slowly fell asleep. In the Turing Jade Palace, the Tongtian sect master frowned slightly. He sighed softly. In a mountain forest outside the heaven-bridging sea, Wu Jiong led Yuan Tiangang and a group of officials. Their expressions sank as well. 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart? Didn't teacher say that this is a forbidden technique? Wu Jiong asked with a sullen expression. Heavenly Emperor, is this technique very dangerous? Yuan Tiangang asked, feeling puzzled. It is extremely dangerous. Anyone who uses 10,000 tendrils tempering the heart will have a drastic change in temperament. Originally, they will be kind. Originally, they will become evil. Originally, they will be affectionate. They might even become heartless. Wu Jiong said seriously. What? Why did that Yan Chuan and Gui Guzi do that? Yuan Tiangang asked, feeling confused. It was not just Yuan Tiangang. Everyone around the heaven-bridging sea who recognized this scene showed shock. Were these 2 crazy? No matter how many people outside felt curious, Yan Chuan and Dark Gui Guzi both entered a dream on the heaven-bridging sea. In the dream, it was a sinister place. Gui Guzi let out a long sigh and looked down at himself. He hadn't been deleted at all, and his memories were still there. Smiling, he looked around and saw Yan Chuan off in the distance. However, at this moment Yan Chuan had changed. He was no longer his original appearance. Instead, he had turned into a 6-year-old child. She was dressed in a small black robe with her long hair draped behind her head. Her face was fair and tender, and she looked extremely cute. Bai? Gui Guzi looked at the child not far away in surprise. At this moment, little Bai was really staring at a painting. Ha ha, you've become a child? Yan Chuan? You actually turned into a child? Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi suddenly burst into laughter. Little Bai turned to look at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan? Who is Yan Chuan? Gui Guzi's eyes flashed. You really don't remember? Ha ha, don't you remember? You only have the memories of your first life? Yan Chuan? You're so unlucky, ha 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 ha. We've both cultivated the heart of 10,000 blades, but your memories have all disappeared? How are you going to fight me with your heart? How are you going to fight me? Ha! A trace of fear flashed through little Bai Yi's eyes when he looked at Gui Guzi, but his attention was quickly attracted by the painting in front of him. In the painting was a couple. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman was extremely beautiful. They were carrying a baby on their shoulders, and the baby looked 70 to 80% similar to little Bai Yi. This was a picture of a happy family of 3. Gui Guzi turned to look at the painting. Bai Yi? Ruoyun? Gui Guzi's expression darkened. So it's your family of 3? What a pity, your father Bai Yi and Ruoyun are already dead. Gui Guzi said with a dark expression. My mother is dead, but my father isn't. Little Bai Yi immediately shouted stubbornly. No? Haha, then where is he? Gui Guzi laughed. Grandpa said that my father and mother were fighting against the Abyss Devils in outer heaven. My mother was killed by the Abyss Devils, so my father took revenge for her. He kept killing the Abyss Devils in outer heaven, and he came back when he killed all the Abyss Devils. Sadness flashed through little Bai Yi's eyes. Killing the Abyss Devils in outer heaven? Gui Guzi's expression immediately turned vicious. His eyes turned red. Suddenly, a light image appeared behind Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi's memories appeared. In the image, countless Abyss Devils were fighting against a group of humans. There were 3 humans among them, Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and Gui Guzi. Bai Yi, you bastard! Protect Ruoyun! Protect Ruoyun! Gui Guzi roared. Roar! Bai Yi roared and blocked the Abyss Devils with his sword. A Abyss Devil was about to stab Gui Guzi to death. Bai Yi did his best to help and blocked the attack with his sword. Ah! Ruoyun's sorrowful cry suddenly came from the distance. A demon stabbed his sword into Ruoyun's heart, and Ruoyun's blood splattered everywhere as she was sent flying. Ruoyun! Bai Yi roared. Ruoyun! Gui Guzi also roared. The 2 men charged toward Ruoyun. Bai Yi hugged Ruoyun. Gui Guzi was anxious, his eyes red and filled with despair. But Ruoyun, who was killed by the Abyss Devils, quickly stiffened. Her wounds turned black, and she stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. No! The 2 men roared together. Then, they charged toward the Abyss Devils like madmen. All of you die! Die! Roar! As the memories faded away, Gui Guzi stared at the portrait with a ferocious expression on his face. Bai Yi, you bastard, you bastard! Why didn't you protect Ruoyun when she married you? Why? Roar! Gui Guzi roared in grief. Ruoyun made the biggest mistake of all by choosing you. You're the one who killed her. It's you. I hate you. Bai Yi and Bai Yi, you're Bai Ye's bastard. I hate you too. I hate you too. Gui Guzi lost control of his emotions and roared at little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi took a few steps back in fear. Gui Guzi charged madly into the darkness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Little Bai Yi watched Gui Guzi leave, then turned to look at the image. Dad's not dead. Dad's definitely not dead. Little Bai Yi stubbornly stared at the image of a family of 3. As he stared, little Bai Yi suddenly burst into tears. Just as little Bai Yi was feeling sad, the image suddenly moved. It was as if someone had lifted the back of the painting. The painting was lifted, and a black-robed figure walked out from behind the painting. The black-robed figure was completely wrapped in black robes, and wisps of black energy emanated from his body. Ah, who are you? Little Bai Yi looked at the black-robed figure in shock. Aren't you looking for your dad? I'll take you there. I know where he is. The black-robed figure said in a low voice. You know my dad? Where is he? Little Bai Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Come with me and you'll know. The black-robed figure said. I want to find my dad. I want to find him. Little Bai Yi nodded. The black-robed figure pulled little Bai Yi's hand and left the dark area. The 2 walked like this for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a large river appeared. There's no way. Little Bai Yi pouted. No, your dad is on the other side of the river. We'll see him if we swim over. The black-robed figure said. But I don't know how to swim, I don't know. Little Bai was in a difficult position. I'm here, don't be afraid. I'll take you there. The black-robed figure said. All right. Little Bai was in a difficult position, but as long as he could see his dad, he immediately threw away all his fear. The two entered the river and swam slowly. As they swam, the water suddenly became rapid. I can't take it anymore. Save me, save me. Little Bai cried out anxiously. The black-robed figure quickly grabbed Little Bai, but the current was too rapid and he couldn't catch him. In an instant, Little Bai was swept away by the river. Save me, save me, save me. Little Bai cried in the river. In the distance, the black-robed figure and Little Bai were separated further and further. Save me, Dad, Grandpa, save me. Little Bai cried as he was swept away by the river. Hua! In another place, in a room, on a bed, Little Bai was lying on the bed, screaming, Save me. Suddenly, he woke up. It was as if everything that happened was a dream. Little Bai was so frightened that he snorted and climbed down from the bed. Following the weak light, Little Bai walked to the door. He saw another room, which was a morning hall. In the morning hall there was a coffin. At the coffin's mouth a man was sitting. It was Bai. Beside Bai was a wine jar. Bai's eyes were red. He burned paper money in a basin while drinking wine. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely dispirited. Little Bai walked over curiously. Dad! Little Bai called out. Bai drank a mouthful of wine and burned paper money. Had a nightmare again? Yes, I dreamed that I was swept away by the river. Little Bai said. Perhaps because he was 6, he didn't understand the meaning of the morning hall. He was only happy to see his dad. It's not dawn yet. Go back to sleep, Bai said as he drank. But Dad, I'm afraid. Little Bai felt wronged. Go to sleep, Bai scolded again. Little Bai felt wronged and rushed out of the morning hall. Hua! The dream world changed again. Little Bai returned to the river from before. Save me, Dad, Grandpa! Little Bai shouted. Fortunately, he was on the shore. Little Bai grabbed a branch and finally climbed up. In an instant, Little Bai was drenched. Suddenly, the black-robed man appeared again. Little Bai, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you're here. Come, I'll take you to see your dad. The black-robed man said again. I'm not going with you. You lied to me and caused me to be swept away by the river. Little Bai said in disbelief. Lied to you? Little Bai, come, I'll take you to see your dad. The black-robed man's voice turned cold. No. Little Bai retreated. Come with me. You must go. The black-robed man said coldly and reached for Little Bai. No, I don't want to. Little Bai shouted in shock. Following that, Little Bai quickly ran away, and the black-robed man chased after him. Little Bai, you have nowhere to run. Come with me and tell me where you're hiding. Let me take them away. The black-robed man chased after him. Bad guy, you're a big bad guy. Grandpa, Dad, save me. Little Bai ran ahead in fear. Where do you think you're going? The black-robed man chased. As he ran, he suddenly saw a huge palace in the distance. The palace was called Heaven-Facing Palace. Li Si stood at the entrance of the palace, surrounded by countless guards. Suddenly, he saw Little Bai running over. Capture him! Li Si shouted. Ah! Little Bai shouted in shock. Immediately, a large number of guards grabbed Little Bai, and he was unable to move. Don't capture me, don't capture me! Little Bai cried. Bring him to see the great Qin Heavenly Emperor, Li Si said solemnly. Yes. The guards roared and brought the 6-year-old Little Bai into Heaven-Facing Palace. Within Heaven-Facing Palace, the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. Lu Buwei by Qi Zhang Yi Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and countless other subjects of great Qin coldly watched as little Bai Yi was brought into the palace. Let me go! Who are you? Let me go! Little Bai Yi shouted in fear. At this moment, an emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. The emperor's appearance was Gui Guzi. Ha 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 ha! Gui Guzi laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! All the subjects laughed loudly. All the civil and military officials laughed at little Bai Yi. Everyone looked at little Bai Yi with an unfriendly expression. Little Bai Yi's body was slightly curled up, and he looked at the countless figures in the palace with some fear. All of them seemed to be laughing in front of him. Little Bai Yi was scared out of his wits. Emperor, only I am revered under the heavens. This feeling is really good. Gui Guzi waved his dragon robe and said excitedly. Isn't that right? Gui Guzi shouted at all the subjects. Yes, Celestial Emperor. All the subjects bowed respectfully to Gui Guzi. Ha 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 ha, little Bai Yi, look, I've prepared a show for you today. Gui Guzi sneered. As he spoke, a group of guards escorted a man into the palace. The man's appearance was that of Yan Chuan, Bai Yi's adult appearance. He wore a black dragon robe and had the majesty of an emperor. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan's eyes were lifeless and lifeless. Who is he? Little Bai Yi seemed to sense something and looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Who is he? He's you. Of course, it's the future you. Gui Guzi sneered. What do you want? What do you want? Little Bai Yi seemed to have foreseen something terrible. Let me see what's in his mind. Little Bai Yi, let's see together? Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi laughed loudly. A group of guards placed Yan Chuan on the dragon throne and laid him down horizontally with his head facing the sky. Gui Guzi used his hand to grab Yan Chuan's head. With a grab, a huge hole suddenly appeared on Yan Chuan's head. Ah! Little Bai Yi covered his eyes in horror. Don't be afraid, this is just a dream. Gui Guzi sneered. Then, he reached into Yan Chuan's head and searched for a while before pulling out a piece of paper. Bingyin year, 16th of the first month, Li Mountain was hunting heavenly wolves. Suddenly, he saw a group of heavenly wolf cubs crying for food. He couldn't bear to kill them and release them. Gui Guzi read. Ha 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 ha, is this still the crueling? Is this still the cold-blooded Bai Yi? He mercifully set them free? Ha ha, what a joke. Gui Guzi guffawed. Ha 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 ha. The court officials all laughed. Come, let's see what else is there. Gui Guzi smiled and searched again. No! Little Bai Yi cried anxiously. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.